Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with another horror story for you guys. This one is titled Some Houses Bleed, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 1. The house was big, very big. The more the realtor showed Ray around, the more he realized just how great an undertaking it was going to be to bring the old place back to life. But it was a house that Ray wanted in the worst way. For years, the old two-story had been left abandoned. It was built in the early 1800s and was in dire need of an update. But the age of the house and the wear and tear was not what was keeping the buyers away. This is definitely the house I saw online, said Ray. Yeah, it's a bit of a fixer-upper, said Jessie, who was very new to the job and extremely eager to make her first sale. Which means you really get to make it your own. It's gonna take a lot of work. Which is why it's priced to sell. You will not find a house in this neighborhood at this size for this price. One might even say it's a steal. Is it not sold yet? Am I right? Yeah, well, I mean, I do love it, and it is in my price range. That's a huge plus. It has more than enough rooms for you and your family. Oh, no, it's just me. I used to be married, but not anymore. Really? This is a lot of house for just one person. Ray didn't respond. Are you a house flipper? Something like that. I like to think that I leave a house a little better off than how I found it. Then this is definitely the house for you. I think I found my new place. There's just one tiny little insignificant detail that I have to disclose to you before we can do any paperwork. What's that? This dwelling is considered a stigmatized property. What does that mean? Well, some people, mostly the superstitious, think this house is kind of haunted. Wait. What? Are you telling me that you're trying to sell me a haunted house? Is that why this place is so cheap? Did a bunch of people get murdered here or something? Am I gonna be cursed if I buy this place? Like, I can never leave? Jessie was clearly taken aback by what Ray had just said and was unable to muster an answer. Ray immediately began laughing. Just messing with you. Look, I don't believe in all that supernatural garbage. People hear a creak in the night, see a shadow on the wall, and assume that means there's a ghost in the house. Believe whatever you want to believe. If it means I'm getting a house for 30% less than market value, then good for me. Ray filled out the paperwork that afternoon, and within only a few days, was moving his belongings into the house. As he was lugging boxes from the moving truck to the house, an older couple pulled up in a beat-up old truck. They quickly made their way to Ray and greeted him just as two people who had known him for years would have. So you're the new owner? Yeah, it's a hell of a house. A hell of a house. Before Ray knew it, the couple had ushered him right into the house. Looks just like the pictures on the internet. Oh, there's a fireplace. I'm sorry. Do I know you? Oh, where are my manners? My name is Estel. This is my husband, Warren.
It's nice to meet you. I'm Ray. So, what are you doing here? I just bought this place, so
If you're interested in it, I hate to tell you, you're a little too late. Oh, we're not buyers. We just have a fascination with old houses like yours. Warren pulled out a camera and began taking pictures. Am I missing something? Is this house like on a historic registry or something? If it is, then I'm gonna have her run it by the city if I want to make any renovations. Oh, don't change a thing, dear. Leave it just the way it is. Have you moved much of your stuff yet? Nah, not much. Just started moving boxes about an hour ago. Oh, that's good. What's your husband doing? Ray noticed Warren had taken a hold of the curtains. Oh, pay no attention to him. Why don't you show me the kitchen? I'm sure it's the most interesting room in the house. To Ray's dismay, Warren pulled out a lighter and tried to set the curtains on fire. Fortunately, the lighter looked to be just as old as the couple and wasn't lighting. What's he doing? Oh, don't worry about him. Now, were you about to show me the kitchen? And with that, Estelle tried to lead Ray away. Just keep looking forward, dear. Let us save your life. Eventually, the lighter ignited, and Warren succeeded in setting the curtains on fire. You crazy old fool, Ray shouted, before running to put out the flames. Ray had nothing capable of putting out the fire, so the best he could do was pull the curtains from the wall and attempt to stomp them out. Don't do that, said Warren, trying to pull Ray away from the burning curtains. Look, you better get out of this house before you become the next thing I start stomping on. Thought you told him you were trying to save his life. Guess he wants to die in this house. An hour later, the police were on the scene, taking a statement from Ray. So, these old folks got the drop on you and overpowered you? I never said they overpowered me. I said they caught me by surprise. They pushed me down while I was trying to put out the curtains. Guess I was too preoccupied with keeping my house from burning down to get into a fist fight with a couple of senior citizens, prevent them from leaving. Well, I've already written down that they overpowered you. Can't erase ink. Son of a bitch. As Ray was talking to the officer, the detective on the scene was watching him very intently. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 1. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from the story titled Some Houses Bleed, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 2. After the unfortunate curtain burning incident, Ray was able to finish moving the rest of his belongings into the house. As he worked, Ray couldn't help but notice people watching him. They either peeked at him out windows or drove ever so slowly by his house just to stare at him. These odd looks had been happening even before the police had visited Ray's house. So utterly exhausted from moving boxes and furniture all day by himself, Ray crashed on his recliner and made very quick work of several bottles of beer. Ray hadn't had the time to call the cable company to hook up his television, so he passed the time in his darkened living room by watching videos on his phone. Ray's phone was near out of storage as it was practically bursting, as it seems, with videos and pictures of his late wife, Lacey. One video in particular that Ray enjoyed watching was of Lacey as she was washing her car in the driveway. Raymond, you gonna help me wash the car, or are you gonna stand there and take videos of me all day? Well, doing such a great job washing it by yourself. I hate to step in and mess up what you're doing. Oh, is that your excuse? Whoa, we need to get weapons involved, Ray said, as Lacey, who was now pointing the hose at Ray. You gonna help me now, or would you rather get the hose? I'd still rather not help. The answer was enough to earn Ray a well-deserved soaking from his wife. Despite how embarrassing it had been to be drenched, Ray couldn't help but smile at the video. Finding another video he enjoyed greatly, Ray eagerly clicked on it and began watching. Lacey was sitting in the same recliner Ray now sat in. The living room was saturated in sunlight as Lacey gazed out the window as the sound of children playing punctured the silence. When she noticed Ray filming her, Lacey immediately turned her face away. No, don't record me. Awful. No, you don't. The most beautiful woman I've ever seen. You don't really mean that. What do you mean? All other women don't even exist, as far as I'm concerned. Remember that time I hit a lady with my shopping cart in the grocery store? I didn't even see her standing there because there are no other women. She used some pretty colorful language with you. I was getting ready to pull out my phone and call 911 if she started swinging on you. You don't think I could have handled her? What do you mean? She was twice your size, Raymond. She would have crushed you like a bug. Hey, tougher than I look. The smile faded from Lacey's face, and she began again, staring out the window. Will you still love me? I'm all shriveled up, and all my hairs fall out. It's not gonna happen to you. But if it does, I'm still gonna be crazy about you. Heck, I'm probably gonna look a lot worse than you. You still love me if I just disappeared? Lacey? Would you, Raymond? Ray wiped a tear from his eye as he watched the video. I'm going to love you for 1,000,000 years. What do you think about that? Just 1,000,000? Alright, I'm going to love you for 1,000,000, billion, trillion years. A long time. Practically forever. Well, I did the math. It's even longer than forever. Having been watching videos on his phone for quite some time, the battery finally died, leaving Ray alone in the dark. The sound of a floorboard creak prompted Ray to spin his head around and peer into the darkness. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, Ray decided it was time for him to head off to bed. As Ray was making his way down the hall, something quite odd happened. The bathroom light suddenly turned on by itself. This stopped Ray dead in his tracks. Half expecting someone to be on the other side of the door, Ray cautiously opened it. Fortunately, there was no one waiting for him. Bad wiring. Guess I'll have to call the electrician. And with that, Ray headed into his bedroom, shutting the door gently behind him. The house was now abnormally silent, and the darkness was just as unsettling, as only the scantest of moonlight could force its way through the curtains. The silence was broken when what sounded like someone letting out a deep breath filled the hallway outside Ray's bedroom. This was followed by the bathroom light again turning on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 2. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with another chapter from the story titled Some Houses Bleed, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, subscribe. Chapter 3. With the real estate market being hotter than it had been in years, Ferguson Realty's offices were busy with activity. The only time the realtors were given any chance to decompress was their lunch break. Jessie was at her desk eating a modest lunch of a ham sandwich and a bottle of water from a plain brown paper bag. One of the other realtors arrived at Jessie's desk with one of the largest smiles on her face. "Is it true?" asked the woman, whose name was Maria. "Is what true?" "The house. Did you really sell the Devil House?" "Do they really call it that? I mean, I know it had history, but the Devil House? Really? Wow, we've been trying to sell that for years, but no one in their right mind would go anywhere near it. Everyone from these parts has heard the stories." "Well, Mr. Martinez isn't from the area. Look, you're new in town, so you haven't heard the stories about the house like the rest of us. Growing up, all you ever heard was stay far away from that house. Parents even threatened to send their kids to live there if they ever got out of line. You better believe that straightened us out." "Well, what happened there?" "Well, it all started long ago, like in the 1800s, I think. An old lady named Agnes Weatherby used to live in that house, and she was one bad lady." "What did she do?" "Well, she wasn't always old. From what I've heard, when she was young, she was quite the looker, which made it very easy for her to lure men to her home. And once she got them in there, she did unspeakable things to them." "Like what?" "Didn't I say they were unspeakable? But your guess is as good as mine. I've heard she tortured the hell out of those men. They were supposedly sacrificed to the devil. That lady has some freaky stuff going on in that house." "Was she ever punished?" "That's the best part. They didn't arrest her and put her on trial. A bunch of the men from the town busted into her house in the middle of the night and hanged her, right there in the living room. She wasn't dying fast enough for them, though, so they slit her open and let all her guts spill out." "Wow, that's gruesome." "Yeah, none of the men were ever held accountable for what they did. And why should they? They did a town a favor that night. They said when they came into her house, they found body parts everywhere, and pentagrams and other stuff written on the walls, the blood of her victims." Maria then checked her watch. I gotta get back to work, but congrats on selling that house." Jessie was more than a bit shaken by the horrific story she had just heard. All she could do was sit in silence. It was a beautiful day to be outside, so Ray took his front yard to do some much needed yard work. The first job was to clear out the weeds that had built up over the years. Ray hadn't had the wherewithal to buy a weed killer or the proper tools, though he had no choice to pull the weeds by hand. Ugh, you'd think the city would have maintained this place better. Like they wanted to look like the Addams family used to live here. A woman across the street, pushing a baby stroller, caught Ray's attention. When she looked at him, Ray gave her a friendly wave. "Hey, neighbor." An old woman with the purest of black eyes and pastiest of white skins was now looking out the living room and met eyes with the woman pushing the stroller. Wasting no time at all, the woman pushing the stroller began pushing her stroller as fast as she could until she was completely out of sight. Wow, now there's some really rude people. Ray watched as something white and poofy began emerging from the bottom of his neighbor's fence. Eventually, out popped a very curious little dog. It showed far less fear than the stroller woman and began sniffing around Ray. "Hey, little guy, what are you doing here? Escape from your yard, do some exploring, huh?" The little dog began walking in a circle before coming to a stop and doing its business dangerously close to Ray. "Ugh, you little jerk," Ray said, immediately standing up to get out of harm's way. When the dog was finished, Ray picked him up and marched him to the neighbor's house. He rang the doorbell and waited, but no one ever answered. Huh, lucky I'm a nice guy. Most people would have taken you for a car ride that you would have never come back from. Ray opened his back gate and gently put the dog down. "Alright, buddy, I'm going into town to buy some tools. Before I go, I'm gonna put a note on your owner's front door, letting them know that you're back here, okay?" The dog looked quizzically at Ray. "You have no idea what I'm saying, do you? Okay, well, when I get back, let's hope you're not here." Ray drove into town shortly after his one-sided conversation with the neighbor's dog. He stopped in at the local hardware store and quickly became the topic of every customer's conversation. It was obvious to Ray that everyone in the store was either staring at him or talking about him. To try to lighten the mood, Ray took a hold of a nearby shovel and made an ill-advised joke. It's a good shovel for burying a body? By being indoors, Ray was sure he heard a cricket chirp. "Hey, you the guy who bought the old Weatherby place?" said the old man tending the register. "Yeah, that's right. Name's Ray. Nice to meet you." "Any reason in particular why you chose that house?" "Well, it was priced to move. That's for sure. It's all on a quiet street, great schools, and the finest neighbors I've ever come across." "You know the history of that house, right?" What history?" "Some very bad things happened in that house. Things I'm not all comfortable saying out loud." Every house has bad things happen in them. I once lived in a house where they used to make meth." "Other people have lived in that house before you. Not all of them lived long enough to get out before it was too late. They didn't believe the stories either." I bet they wish they had believed now. Look, this house is no different from any other house. Back at Ray's house, the fluffy white dog was waiting patiently for its owner. It hadn't a care in the world as it happily wagged its tail and stared intently at the black gate. But what the fluffy white dog didn't know was that something was watching it. And after that something exhaled deeply, it was quickly upon the dog, forcing a most horrendous yelp to burst from it. Listening to the old man's tale at the hardware store did nothing to dampen Ray's good mood. He was holding the steering wheel with one hand and holding a cheeseburger in the other as he drove home. "What the?" said Ray as he approached his house. There was now a police car parked in the front and an officer talking to the neighbor, who was holding her fluffy white dog. "There he is, officer. Shoot him. Shoot him in the face." What's going on?" "Well, looks like someone did a number on your neighbor's dog," said a detective who went by the name Miller. "He left a note on my front door saying there's a surprise for you in the backyard. It wasn't the surprise I was expecting." "Ma'am, go back in your house. I'll be over in a minute to talk to you some more. Okay?" "Looks like that house found the perfect new owner." I didn't do anything to that dog. I mean, yeah, it took a dump in my yard and it probably deserves some payback, but I would never do anything like that." "I believe you. Look, last time I was here, I didn't really get a chance to speak my mind because there were people from the neighborhood snooping around. I didn't want them to hear what I had to say. But there is something seriously wrong with this house." "Oh boy, not you too." "Look, been a cop in this town for over 15 years. So I'm not just some superstitious nutjob spreading rumors. I've been called to this house more times than I care to remember. And I've seen some really messed up things. Thank you for your concern, but I don't really buy into all that haunted house stuff. Look, I didn't want to do this, but you forced me. All those people that were murdered here back in the 1800s weren't the only people to die horrible deaths in this house. Since I've been on the force, we have pulled out 8 dead bodies from this place, and none of them died of old age. I mean, accidents happen, I guess, right? The last guy was pulled out of here, and he had his eyeballs pulled out of their sockets. The one before had over 100 slash marks all over his body. We've had to keep these deaths from the public. We pull the bodies out in the middle of the night, so no one knows what really happens here. The town found out they'd probably form a mob and come burn this place to the ground. Take half the block with it. This house has claimed enough lives. Please don't let it claim another. Thank you, officer, but you have absolutely nothing to worry about. I can guarantee nothing bad is going to happen in this house." And with that, Ray took a large bite out of his burger. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end, chapter 3. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from the story titled Some Houses Bleed, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 4. Having gotten the day off, Jesse paid Ray and his infamous house an unexpected visit. Well, isn't this a surprise? Said Ray on opening the front door. You didn't realize how cheap you sold this house for and came to ask for it back, did you? No. I was just in the neighborhood and thought I'd stop by to see how you're doing. An old man driving by slowed down, rolled his window down. Don't go in there! Before motoring off. Would you like to come in? Asked Ray, who along with Jesse was now feeling a little awkward after what the old man had just shouted out of his car. Yeah, I would love to. Oh, it's really cold in here. Really? Feels fine to me. Guess women are always feeling cold. Sorry, that was sexist, wasn't it? It's okay. I really like what you've done with the place. Yeah, this whole place needed a lot of work. Still does. Took down some of the old wallpaper, painted the walls a little more neutral color. Yeah, that was a good idea. It was way too dark in here before. Flash of color really could help bring some life into this place. So, have you had any problems with the house? Well, I mean, it's a really old house, so wiring is bad. Lights that I turn on keep turning off. Lights that I turn off keep turning on. Can get pretty annoying. I even called an electrician. He said he would swing by today. You ever show up? No. He did not. The pipes are bad too. Keep hearing knocking from the basement. You sure the knocking is the pipes? It's always the pipes. Every time I go down to check on the problem, knocking stops. Probably have to call someone for that too, and they'll probably end up not showing up, just like the electrician. Ray noticed Jesse looking at a picture of Lacey on a nearby table. Sorry, I didn't mean to stare. That's Lacey. She's very pretty. Yeah, she was amazing. Despite that, she still wore a smile. Was? Yeah, Lacey passed away a long time ago. I'm sorry. It's okay. Lacey got sick. Really sick. At the end, she wasn't herself anymore. But she fought really hard. There's nothing I can do but make sure she passed as peacefully as she could. She'll always be with me though. Sound like an amazing person. Just then, Ray's cell phone began ringing. The ringtone was quite an upbeat pop tune. I don't know how to change that. Hello? What? Where are you? Ray went to the front door and whipped it open. Standing by the curb was a pizza delivery boy holding Ray's order. Yeah, so if you could just throw me the money, bro, that would be really cool. And I'll just leave the pizza right here so you can come get it. Why don't you just come to the front door? You're literally like 10 steps away. Oh, nah, bro, I'm good. I have like this leg condition where I can't really use my legs that good. So if you could just wad the bills up and just throw them at me. This is ridiculous. How about I just come to you, give you the money, and you give me the pizza? Yeah, bro, that could work. When Ray exited the house, heavy footsteps could be heard from upstairs. They traveled down the hall and to the stairs. It seemed that whoever or whatever it was that was upstairs was soon to be making its way to the first floor. Jesse turned their attention to the stairs, and just when it seemed something was about to appear, Ray came flying into the house. badly startling her. What happened? Why were you running? Oh, sorry. A couple dogs caught the scent of the pizza. Came after me, but they weren't fast enough. Hungry? Jesse was easily persuaded to stay for dinner. The light above the dining room table illuminated the immediate area well. The rest of the house was beginning to drown in darkness as the sun set outside. Ray was smothering his pizza with hot sauce. He offered Jessie the bottle, but she shook her head. So, it's just you in this big house? Yep. I know it's a lot of house for one person, but I like to stretch my legs. I mean, really stretch my legs. Oh, it's because I thought I heard footsteps upstairs. Oh. Yeah, I've heard those too. Pretty sure I've got like raccoons or something living up in the attic. Gonna have to call someone to get rid of them. So, you used to flip houses? Yeah, I was pretty good at it too. Find the house, fix the problem, sell it, move along to the next one. Interesting. So, what do you think about all this haunted house stuff? Bunch of nonsense, right? Yeah, I don't believe in any of that haunted house stuff. I'm one of those people who believes that when you die, that's it. You don't get to come back and take care of unfinished business. Leave that stuff to the movies, I say. When Ray took a drink of water, he immediately spat it back out in a way someone would have if they just had been hit in the back. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Went down the wrong pipe. What I meant to say is, I believe in the afterlife, just not in that haunted house stuff. You can have one without the other, right? Yeah, I suppose. So, we've talked so much about me. What about you? Who is Jesse? Me? Well, I moved here about a year ago. Same story I'm sure you heard before. Just trying to start over after an incredibly messy divorce. Ah, are you liking the real estate business? I like it a lot. I met tons of interesting people. Plus, it's a great way to learn about town's history. Like this place. If only these walls could talk. The pair finished their meals and talked a bit more before saying their goodbyes. So utterly exhausted was Ray that he skipped his usual routine of watching television and instead went straight to bed. Ray's bedroom was shrouded in darkness when he entered, but he could make out what looked like a figure of someone lying under his covers. Is someone in here? He timidly grabbed his blanket and wiped it off his bed, revealing that no one had been lying underneath. Ah, damn it, it's never a naked lady. In no time at all, Ray was fast asleep. So deep he was in slumber that Ray was unable to hear footsteps approaching his bed. Emerging from the darkest corner of the bedroom came the once owner of the house, Agnes Weatherby. On this night, Ray dreamed of Lacey. She was standing out in the darkened hallway outside the couple's bedroom. Her back was turned. Lacey? Said Ray, slowly approaching her. When he had gotten close enough, Ray put his hand on Lacey's shoulder. No, not Lacey, said the woman in an unsettling whisper. When she turned around, Lacey revealed her eyes to be darker than any shade of black Ray had ever seen. Outside of Ray's dream, Agnes had climbed onto his bed and was slowly inching her way towards him. Back inside his dream, Ray was frozen with fear. "Who are you?" he asked, sure that the woman standing before him was not his real wife. Instead of answering, the woman produced a knife from behind her back. Without saying a word, he plunged into Ray's chest. So startling was the dream that Ray immediately woke from his slumber, falling off the bed and landing painfully onto the floor, taking the blanket and the pillows with him in the process. After Ray came to his senses, he found himself alone in his room. Hastily making his way down to the kitchen, Ray opened up his refrigerator and retrieved his bottle of hot sauce. He then poured the contents down the sink. I swore I would never eat this stuff before bed. The same thing happens every time. Eye-gouging, horrible nightmares. When the bottle was empty, Ray calmly walked back upstairs and back to bed. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 4. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again to another chapter from the story titled Some Houses Bleed, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 5. Jesse was back at work the next day, going over a large stack of files. Maria arrived at her desk and didn't say a word. However, she did give Jesse a look. What's with the look? I was talking to Janet, and she said you paid that little visit to that Ray guy. Yeah, I wanted to see how he was doing. Is it true? You really went into the devil house again? Girl, are you out of your mind? What? Nothing happened. This time. You got lucky. What were you thinking, going to a house like that? And alone? I wasn't alone. Ray was with me. Oh, and this Ray guy gonna protect you when the demons come crawling out the walls, huh? I didn't see any demons. It seemed like a perfectly normal house to me. I mean, it has its creaking thumps, and sometimes it feels like someone is watching, whispering in your ear, but it really is just a normal house. Maria pulled up a chair and sat beside Jesse. Look, you have to promise me you won't go back into that house. And I was just staring out here. Look, they stuck me in the house too. It must be some kind of initiation or something. I did a full walkthrough. The whole time, I felt like there were eyes on me, mentally just undressing me. Jesse gave Maria a look of her own. Look, that was before having 3 kids, okay? But cut me some slack. Anyway, I kept hearing footsteps upstairs, and the house was cold. Like way too cold for that time of the year. But what really freaked me out was, as I was heading to my car, I took one last look at the house, and that's when I saw that old woman in black watching me from the living room window. It didn't look human at all. I don't know, someone could have slipped in the house while you were in there and you just didn't notice them. I locked all the doors after I went in there. I'm telling you, it was Agnes Weatherby. Her spirit is still in that house. Are you sure that's what happened? People here tell me you like to hit the bottle back in the day. Look, I've seen pictures of this bitch. It was her. Lucky for me, I never had to go back in that house because no one was ever stupid enough to want to buy it. They told me not to tell you what I had seen when they assigned the house to you. They also told me not to tell any of the other realtors they gave the house to. And I had been sober for years, so thank you very much. How many other realtors have gone in that house? Every new one. Like this one guy named Ed. Or something like that. I don't remember his name. None of us liked him. He came back from his walkthrough and quit right there on the spot. Said this job wasn't for him. Maybe the lady's spirit got tired of waiting for someone new and moved in and left. Evil spirits don't take their ball and go home because there isn't someone there to play with. And besides, what rational human being buys a house like that? People do research before putting in an offer on a house. This Ray, if that is his real name, would have to know about the stories. All you've got to do is Google that address and you're going to find a bunch of stuff that will show you that that's not the right house for you. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, maybe we shouldn't be focusing so much on the house, and instead focus on the guy that bought the house. Ray had called someone to help him with what he assumed to be a run-of-the-mill pest problem. According to the tag on his shirt, the man's name was Javier, and according to the look on his face, he was less than enthusiastic to be paying a visit to the house. You been hearing footsteps in the attic? And they're like scratching type, right? They're not like a person is walking around? Honestly, it's kind of hard to explain, but I'm pretty sure it's like family raccoons or something. Ray pulled down the ladder that led to the attic. Now, there's no light up here, so you're gonna have to use a flashlight if you want to see anything. And believe me, it gets dark up here. You're not gonna come up there with me? It's a really low ceiling. You're shorter than me, so I think it'll be easier for you. Bro, we're the same height. How about I just poke my head up there and tell you what I see? Yeah, that could work. Javier climbed the ladder and poked his head into the attic, shined his flashlight around. See anything? Nothing so far. The light from Javier's flashlight did little to illuminate the attic. It was freakishly dark inside. Look for raccoons or squirrels. I bet those two are working together up there, making it sound like they've been, got clompy footsteps or something. I know their tricks. Javier did a quick scan of the attic. There was nothing out of the ordinary. There was a rocking chair covered by a white sheet, but very little else. Before he could report his lack of findings to Ray, the rocking chair began to rock, ever so slowly. Hey. Hold on. I think there's something stuck in my teeth. What looked like a person covered by a sheet appeared on the rocking chair. As Javier squinted to better see, whoever it was on the rocking chair sprang up and charged toward him. Javier flew off the ladder and landed painfully on his back. Put the ladder back up. Put it up. Put it up. What? Put the ladder back up. There's someone up there. Ray did as Javier said and retracted the ladder. Was it a raccoon? Did it bite you? Did it give you rabies? You have to tell me if it did. No, it was a person up there. It came at me. I knew I should have never come here. I'd know if there was someone in the attic. Look, yo man, your house is haunted. I think you'd be very lucky if it was just raccoons you're dealing with. As Javier passed by the bathroom, he was treated to a far worse sight than he had already seen. Another version of himself was sitting on the toilet, but this version of Javier had his throat slashed. His stomach had also been cut open, allowing Javier's organs to spill out. Javier let out a horrified scream and quickly fled from the house, dropping all of his gear as he did. Ray looked in the bathroom and found absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. What? I flushed. By the time Ray got to the front door, Javier was already in his truck. Yo, you forgot all your stuff. Keep it, man. Alright, but I'm not paying you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end, chapter 5. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from the story titled Some Houses Bleed, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 6. Having little to do on this day, Ray settled down in his recliner to watch some television. He found the notebook was playing as he was flipping through the channels. Ray couldn't help but smile. This was one of Lacey's favorite movies. Ray straightened himself up in his chair. Okay, no more messing around. Finally gonna finish this movie. This one's for you, babe. After about 10 minutes, Ray was fast asleep. He had tried to stay awake to watch the movie to its conclusion, but Ray just couldn't do it. The setting, the story, and the characters were all just too unappealing to keep Ray's interest. The house became inundated with Ray snoring. If there was ever something that could wake the dead, then Ray snoring would be it. Unbeknownst to the slumbering movie connoisseur, the knob on the stove began turning on its own. Before long, gas was filling the whole house. Ray's delightful slumber had led him to dream about the last time he and Lacey watched The Notebook. The couple was sitting on their couch, snuggled together beneath a colorful Afghan. Oh, this is the part where Allie faints. I always get chills during this part. Much of Lacey's dismay, Ray had again fallen asleep during her favorite movie. Ray's mouth was hanging wide open, and a trickle of drool was streaming out. Nice. You couldn't stay up this time. How's this fair? I always watch your movies to the end, no matter how stupid they are. I have to sit through explosions and gunfights, and all I ask is that you sit through this movie just one time without falling asleep. Lacey immediately began shaking Ray. Wake up, Raymond. Wake up, Raymond. Wake up. The more Lacey shook Ray, the more force she used. And each time she ordered him to wake up, the louder her voice became. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Ray awoke and immediately began coughing and gasping for air. The smell of gas had made Ray lightheaded, but he managed to escape through the front door and collapse onto the front lawn. When he awoke, Ray found he was in the back of an ambulance being tended to by a pair of paramedics. They had put on an oxygen mask to aid his breathing. What happened? Detective Miller was standing just outside the ambulance. Seems like you had a bit of a gas leak. A couple neighbors said they found you sprawled out in the front yard, mumbling about a notebook or something. What? I have a gas leak now? Ah, great. Another thing I gotta fix in that house. Can I talk to him alone for a second? Ray, I'm not convinced this was a gas leak. That stove was turned all the way up. Ray removed the oxygen mask from his face. I must be getting forgivable in my own age. That stove was cleaner than any stove I've ever seen. When was the last time you used it? Recently? Probably. I checked your trash can. It's full of takeout boxes. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you didn't even know how to use a stove. Look, I'll have you know I can boil water like it's nobody's business. Look, I don't think you left the stove on. I think someone turned it on, hoping it would put an end to your life. Oh boy, not this again. Do you think a ghost turned on the stove so that I would die from sucking up gas fumes? Is that it? Pretty much. Ray hopped off the gurney and out of the ambulance. Look, man, accidents happen all the time. Some of us are just a little too accident prone sometimes. I promise you, there is nothing that's not normal going on around here. Jessie was back at work, walking back to her desk when she passed by Maria. This is not normal. What are you doing? I knew there had to be something wrong with that boyfriend of yours, so I did some checking up on him. He's not my boyfriend. Why? Did he say something? Look at this. I typed Ray's name into one of these people lookup sites. Isn't it kind of a creep move to use one of those sites? Look, I didn't pay to use this website. Completely free. It's only creepy if you pay for this kind of stuff. You have a good point. So, what did you find? Look at this. This site shows all the addresses Ray has lived at. Look at how many there are. He lived at over 40 addresses in the last 10 years. That's kind of weird. You think that's bad? You better brace yourself. I googled his ass and looked at what look what I came up with. Jessie began scanning Maria's screen and was shocked to find an old news story about how Ray's wife met a most untimely demise. What is this? The story described a brutal attack in the Martinez home on one fateful night many years prior. Ray had been stabbed numerous times by an unknown assailant. The amount of blood he had lost should have been enough to kill him, but he somehow managed to survive. Lacey, on the other hand, had sustained only a single stab wound on the chest, but that injury had been enough to end her life. They never found the murder weapon, but they never found any forced entry either. That boy got secrets he ain't sharing with the rest of us. But he said Lacey got sick. I guess he didn't really want to talk about something so horrible with someone he hardly knows. I mean, would you want to talk about something like this? Jesse, your break's over. Get back to work. Look, Jesse, I'm telling you, you stay away from that boy. That night, Ray wanted nothing more than to decompress from another hectic day. So he did something he was accustomed to doing. That night, Ray drew himself a very sudsy bubble bath, rubber ducky included. Ray had placed a damp washcloth upon his face and allowed the serenity of the moment to take him away. I feel just like a lady. Was that sexist? Nah. So relaxed was he that Ray was struggling to stay awake, and in his current state, he was unable to hear the very heavy breathing that was growling dangerously close. Before long, something grabbed Ray by the shoulders and had forced him underwater. Being in such a state of shock, it took Ray a few seconds more than he would have liked before he started fighting back. Eventually, Ray was able to pull his head out of the water and catch his breath through a series of desperate coughs. Don't ever fall asleep in the bathtub. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 6. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. It's another chapter from the story titled Some Houses Bleed, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 7. Early the next day, Jessie was anxiously scanning the office. She knew Maria was around and would not approve of what she was about to do. Quickly as she could, Jessie dialed Ray's home phone. It rang a few times before someone picked up. Hello? Ray? Jessie? There was no answer on the other end. All Jessie could hear was static and what sounded like breathing. Ray, can you hear me? I think we might have a bad connection. Before Jessie could say another word, she was treated to the most horrific scream she had ever heard. She immediately hung up and was badly startled when she turned around to find Maria right behind her. What's wrong with you? Oh, nothing. Why? Who said anything was wrong? Well, you look like you just saw a ghost. Ghost? What ghost? What's a ghost? Girl, you are working way too hard. Later that day, Ray had a plumber over to the house. His kitchen sink was clogged, and he desperately needed help unclogging it. So, I used drain cleaner on this thing, but that didn't do anything. Yeah, sometimes you get something stuck down there, and that takes a little more than a drain cleaner. Should be able to find what's blocking your drain with the camera. Won't take too long. Alright, sounds good. Hey, when you're done, can you take a look at the pipes in the basement? They have been knocking like crazy. I barely sleep at night because of them. The basement? Bill, who had a clear look of fright on his face. No one said anything about the basement. The ticket was for the kitchen sink. There was a sudden knocking on the front door. Let me just check on that. When Ray answered the door, he found a group of kids running away. Ghost house, ghost house. Ah, you little punks. Bill was now all alone inside the house. He had been quite wary of entering in the first place. Though Ray was outside dealing with some no-good kids, it felt to Bill as if someone was watching him. The not-so-subtle sound of deep breathing also became evident. Ever so slowly, Bill looked behind them. Standing uncomfortably close to him was Ray. Bill was badly startled, and by being so badly startled, also startled Ray. Whoa, man, why are you standing so close to me? Sorry, I wanted to see if I could see what's inside the drain on your camera. I thought you were outside dealing with those kids. Yeah, they were too fast for me. I stopped chasing them after a couple steps. There's no way I was gonna catch any of them, even the fat one. Getting old sucks. Do me a favor. You try not to leave me alone. I might, need a hand or something. Yeah, man, no problem. The pipes in the basement began making a horrible noise. It was as if someone was beating on them with another pipe. See, I told you. Look, hold on, I'll be right back. And with that, Ray hurried off to the basement. Wait, exclaimed Bill. Being the model employee that he was, Bill continued feeding the line down the drain. Okay, Bill. Okay, you got this. He said 10 Hail Marys before entering. Nothing bad can happen to you. Before long, Bill's line hit something. What was showing up on his monitor looked to be a tangled mess of black hair. The hair soon started to look as if it was moving. What is that? As Bill leaned in better to see the monitor, an eyeball appeared in the mess of hair. It was painfully obvious that it was staring right at him. Oh, no, to hell with this, exclaimed Bill, quickly retracting the line. I'm chewing the crap out of Jerry the second I see him. I told him I did not want to come here, but he wouldn't listen. Oh, I'm gonna give him hell for this. Out of nowhere, a hand, made completely out of blood, thrust from the drain and grabbed a hold of Bill's hand just as he completely pulled the line out. Ray? Sorry, I can barely hear you. It's really dark down here. The eyeball appeared at the drain opening of the opposite basin. It was soon joined by the tangled hair, which began crawling out of the drain and making its way towards Bill. Ray? Ray? Immediately after his name was called again, Ray appeared. The scene he came upon was quite a strange one. Bill was being very dramatic despite everything being perfectly normal. Did you already finish? The hand made of blood, the eyeball, and the tangled black hair were now nowhere to be found. Bill began feeling the wrists that had been grabbed, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. It showed no signs of having just been grabbed. Everything okay? Without saying a word, Bill ran out of the house. Hey, you forgot your stuff. Bill's hands were shaking so terribly that he struggled just to get his keys out of his pocket. It all belongs to the company. They can come get it if they want it. And with that, Bill got in his truck and hastily drove away. All right, but I'm not paying you. That night, Ray settled down on his easy chair and watched some television. He had settled on a nature show. The lioness takes its time. The zebra has no idea that its fate is already sealed. Ah, stupid zebra. The lioness is careful not to let the zebra know what awaits in just a few short moments. And in the blink of an eye, the hungry lioness is upon the zebra, and it's over. Before long, Ray had fallen asleep. Ray's dream on this night was a familiar one. He was in bed with Lacey. The room was uncomfortably dark. Raymond, you awake? Being far too tired to engage his wife in conversation, Ray didn't give a response, hoping it would lead her to call it a night as well. Thank you for sticking with me, Raymond. I know it isn't easy putting up with me sometimes. I just want you to know I wouldn't want to be going through this without anybody else. I love you, Raymond. And with that, Lacey rested her head on her pillow and went to sleep. Knowing it was far too late to say something now, Raymond did his best to fall asleep. Ray awoke from his temporary slumber. A tear fell from his eye, prompting him to quickly wipe it away. Ah, stupid dusty house. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 7. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from the story titled Some Houses Bleed, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 8. Ray was pleasantly surprised the next day when Jessie paid him an unexpected visit. She again said she was in the neighborhood and just wanted to see how he was doing. Lucky for Ray, he was cooking a large meal on the stove. There would be more than enough for two. As Ray was toiling away in the kitchen, Jessie's cell phone began ringing. Hello? Girl, where are you? Someone told me that you went home early. Yeah, I'm fine. You aren't with that Ray boy, are you? No, of course not. I'm at my second job. Gotta make ends meet, you know? Oh, really? Okay, so where is this second job of yours? A strip club. I'm a stripper. Really? So, what's your stripper name? Strippy McStrip Place? Peter just said your stripper name was Sparkles or Sapphire or something like that. So you panicked and said the name of the job in your name. That giveaway that you're lying. Can't change my answer to Sapphire. Too late. You're with that Ray boy again. I knew it. I thought I told you to stay away from him. Look, keep your voice down. I'm in an incognito mission to find out more about him. Girl, as soon as the customer's signature is on the contract, we don't have to find out any more about him. So, your business with him is done. Oops, gotta go. Ray entered the dining room, holding a casserole dish filled with what looked like a casserole, but more just a conglomeration of different ingredients masquerading as a casserole. The food made a squishy sound as Ray scooped it out of the dish and onto Jessie's styrofoam plate. The plate paired well with the red Solo cups. Bon appetit. Looks great. As they ate, Jessie brought up a question that had been weighing on her mind for some time. So, the lady with the blood-curdling scream on the phone? What was that all about? Oh, that. I have nearly the same phone number as a sex hotline. Only one digit is different. You'd be surprised how many times I've gotten called in the middle of the night by guys asking me what I'm wearing. They scream on those sex lines? Yeah, people are into some weird stuff these days. You know, the internet and all. And all the stuff just gets boring. Not that I have any knowledge about that sort of stuff. Jessie then took a drink before dabbing her forehead in the napkin. Ah, some spicy food. Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was having company and sometimes go too hard with the hot sauce. I don't always like the stuff, but now I can't get enough of it. It's okay. What happened to your arms? What Jessie was referring to were the numerous scratches that were all over Ray's arms. It looked as if he had fought a cat, and that cat had won. Oh, these have been happening while I'm asleep. I guess I'd better start clipping my fingernails down. Are you sure that's how it happened? They look like pretty deep cuts. Ah, I'm not worried. I've just been having these really weird dreams lately. I think that's what's causing them. What kind of dreams? I dream that I'm lying in bed when this disgusting, vile, out of this world, ugly old woman crawls on top of me. The temperature in the room suddenly began to drop. You know, she's one of those like hags that you could just tell that even when she was young, she was ugly. You can't even make the excuse. Well, she's only ugly because she's old and wrinkly. No. She was a hideous beast from the moment she crawled out of whatever equally monstery, oozing, pus-filled woman that gave birth to her. Maybe cut down on the adjectives? Said an uncomfortable Jessie, who was now nervously scanning the area. Is it getting colder in here? I feel like it's getting colder in here. And her breath smells like 1,000 sewers filled to the brim with dirty diapers that have been left to rot in the sun. She is, by far, the most vile creature to ever set foot on God's green earth. The lights began to flicker, and what sounded like angry whispers filled the room. Is this it? Is this how I die? Nah, it's bad wiring. No electricians want to touch this place. Got those cushy union jobs where they don't even lift a finger if they don't want to. Plus, this house is a drafty son of a bitch. A door downstairs slammed loudly, prompting Jessie to look at Ray to get his best logical explanation. Very drafty. When the lights finally went out, Jessie stood up from her chair and the speed of someone who had been jolted with electricity. Would you look at the time? Leaving already? Yeah, got lots of early meetings tomorrow. Trying to sell a house of a hot air balloon guy, so I really have to rise to the occasion. Yeah, it's good to be busy. It really is. Oh, you don't have to lead me to the door. I can find my way. Said Jessie, as her hand was firmly gripped. I'm over here, implied Ray, whose voice showed he was not the one who had taken Jessie by the hand. Jessie rushed to the door and into the small amount of light that was shining through the front window. It was there where she was met by Ray. He then handed him her business card. Just in case you lose the first one I gave you. If you ever think about selling this place and getting out of here. What? What do you mean? I just moved in. Seriously, you need to get out of this house. And with that, Jessie made her hasty retreat. Ray now was all alone in the very dark and very drafty house. Guess I went too heavy on the spicy food. Now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 8. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with another chapter from the story titled Some Houses Bleed, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 9. Jessie had some free time the next day at work, so she got on her computer and did a little investigating on Ray's house. What she read about Agnes Weatherby and what she had done to so many unsuspecting people in her house made her feel sick to her stomach. Several websites she visited had old photographs of the carnage. Jessie's cheeks ballooned to twice their normal size several times as she held back the vomit. Wow, how evil can one person be? Clicking away from the search, Jessie opened the tab containing the website Maria had told her about. They gave out far too much information about people. Before Jessie was a very long list of addresses that Ray had lived at. The most recent address was the house he lived at now, but Jessie wondered what had led Ray to move away from these other homes after having lived in them for such short amounts of time. Choosing one of the addresses at random, Jessie Googled it and was presented with the most startling revelation. Several stories appeared about the house reportedly being haunted. Thinking it to be nothing more than an eerie coincidence, Jessie Googled another random address. Again, he was presented with several stories about the house's haunted history. No matter which house Jessie Googled, the result was always the same. Every one of the houses Ray had lived in had some sort of reported haunting attached to it. How can this be? One of the stories had a video attached to it. In this video, two boys had sneaked into the house at night, armed with only their flashlights and the phone they were using to record the video. What's that sound? Shut up. The sound of footsteps on the floor above them was coming crystal clear. There's someone else in here, bro. No, there isn't. Why are you being such a chicken? Hey, at least I didn't pee myself at the carnival last October. Look, I told you I spilled my soda on my lap. That's why I was wet. No soda smells like what you smelled like. What sounded like whispering could then be heard. So help me if you get in the way of me finding all that treasure. There's no treasure in here. There are only demons in this house. Demons, schmeemons. I'll kick their asses if they try to take any of my treasure. The video then showed the flashlight directed at the door that was slowly opening. What looked like the figure of a person was just outside the rim of the light. And before Jessie knew it, an unseen force had knocked down both boys, leaving the ceiling as the only thing visible on the video. At that moment, one of Jessie's co-workers had made his way to her desk with a cup of coffee. An extremely startled Jessie nearly jumped out of her seat when the man made the awful mistake of putting his hand on her shoulder. The coffee jumped out of the cup and into the man's face, forcing he and Jessie to both begin screaming. Ray had again heard the pipes knocking in his basement and had gone to check them out. The basement was exactly what was expected to be from a house that age. It had a dirt floor and was kept illuminated by a single bulb hanging from the center of the room. The light, however, did little to illuminate the room, as it was still very difficult to see. Rickety old shelves were found throughout, held against the walls with rusty nails that looked as if they were ready to give away at any second. Finding the pipes, Ray began inspecting them. So help me if you start to leak and flood the basement. Do you have any idea how hard it's gonna be for me to find someone who's willing to come down here? With the pipes running from the wall to across the ceiling, Ray had to use the rickety old chair to stand up, check for any signs of damage or on their layers of rust. These pipes are in decent shape for their age. So engrossed in his inspection was Ray that he failed to notice a set of footprints in the dirt, making its way closer to him. Puffs of dust popped up with each step. If I fall off the chair and hurt myself, can I sue the homeowner? Wait, that's me. As if on cue, one of the chair's legs broke, sending Ray falling off and crashing into some shelves. The force was enough to loosen the nails anchoring the shelves onto the wall, but not quite strong enough to completely pull them out. Glass jars filled with tacks and rusty nails tipped over, but did not spill their contents onto Ray, who was now flat on his back. Seeing just how close he was to having numerous sharp objects falling on him, Ray couldn't help but make a comment. Today must be my lucky day. Much to Ray's dismay, the nails that were anchoring to the shelves onto the wall gave way, and the shelves and all their contents came crashing down on top of them. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end, chapter 9. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from the story titled Some Houses Bleed, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, subscribe. Chapter 10. Jessie was at home on her computer. Her investigation into Raid's odd choice of houses was continuing. As she worked, she was on the phone with Maria. The houses must be haunted by his victims. It all makes perfect sense now. Ray's a serial killer that kills his victims in these houses, so they become haunted, thus satisfying his sick and twisted desire to have sex with ghosts. All of the houses were reported to be haunted years before Ray ever moved into them. Girl, you gotta poke holes in every theory I have. It just doesn't make any sense. Ray doesn't believe his house is haunted. Every time something out of the ordinary happens, he always has some kind of explanation. You think he's some kind of debunker or something like that? Look, whatever Ray is, you have got to finally start taking my advice and stay away from him. If he isn't a serial killer, then there's a chance he's something even worse. What's worse than being a serial killer? He has a small willy, that's what. What? Before either could say another word, the distant sound of glass breaking and kids screaming could be heard on Maria's end. Girl, I gotta go. Someone just broke something, now I have to go break them. And with that, the call was over. Do these houses have a connection? Wondered Jessie, scanning over the information on her computer screen. Or is it just all one big coincidence? That night, Ray, who now had bandages all over his body due to his most recent accident, was having a dreadful time in bed. He had been able to fall asleep, but he was suffering greatly. Every dream that came to him was of Lacey, but none of these dreams were of the moments Ray cared to remember. Ray and Lacey were in bed. It was very late, and Ray was on the verge of falling asleep. The room seemed even more dark than usual. Ray, you awake? Ray wanted to speak, but he was far too tired to do anything more than lie with his back to Lacey. I just wanted to say that I wish it was you who was going through this. You're the one that should be sick, not me. What makes you so special that you don't have to experience this? Why does it have to be me? Ray was no longer on the brink of sleep. He was wide awake, but far too shocked to say anything. I can see it on your face every time you look at me. You think I'm pathetic, don't you? Do you think somehow that I'm getting what I deserve? How dare you think these things of me? I won't let you get away with this, Ray. One way or another, you're going to regret this. Ray had opened his mouth and was about to say something when Lacey spoke again. You're a shitty human being, Ray. But you're an even shittier husband. I hate you. Ray was ripped away from his slumber after being forced to live through one of the most horrible moments of his life. Being quite parched now, Ray made his way downstairs into the kitchen, where he quickly drank down a full glass of water. On the way back to his bedroom, Ray stopped by a picture of Lacey in the living room. When he picked it up, the glass cracked. This is what happens when you buy a picture from a yard sale. The knocking pipes could once again be heard from down in the basement. Ray whipped the basement door open and flipped on the light switch, but the light refused to turn on. I'll have to deal with you another time. For what felt like an eternity, Ray attempted to get back to sleep, but there was no way he could succumb to his fatigue, as all the noise in the basement keeping him up. Having had his fill of obnoxious noises for one night, Ray took his pillow and the blanket and marched out of the house to his car. For the night, Ray's back seat would serve as his bed. As Ray tried his best to get comfortable in his temporary bed, Agnes was watching him from an upstairs window. Ray was jerked awake the following morning by an elderly couple out for a walk. Go sleep somewhere else, you bum, exclaimed the wife before banging angrily on the window. The first order of business for Ray that morning was to go to the local hardware store and buy some supplies to put an end to the banging pipe once and for all. Ray's haggard look got him more than his fair share of looks. You look like hell, son. Well, I feel like hell. With no one being home, it was the most perfect opportunity for Estill and Warren to sneak their way into Ray's house. Warren was quite the lockpicker, though the couple had no trouble getting in. Warren was about to light the curtains in the living room on fire again, but Estill stopped him. Look, there's no need to rush it. is start fire in the basement. Why would we do that? Because we start the fire on the ground floor, then it'll burn both upward and downward. It'll take too long. It'll give the fire department time to put it out. We start the fire down in the basement, then it only has to burn upward. Looks and brains. The couple hastily headed to the basement. Estel flipped on the light switch, but the light refused to turn on. Fortunately, the pair had packed flashlights. Even during the day, the basement was as dark as the endless void of space. Once they had carefully made it down the rickety stairs, Warren and Estel proceeded to cover every available surface with lighter fluid. As the pair was working, the pipes began banging loudly. What's making them do that? Don't worry about it. Just keep squirting. The basement door slammed shut. I think she knows we're here. A distinct sound of whispering could be heard throughout the basement. Light this place up, Warren. The pipe running the length of the ceiling burst open and water began pouring out. When Warren struck a match, a sudden gust of air extinguished it. He struck another match, but the same thing happened. Keep trying. We have to destroy this house, no matter what. The water that had poured onto the dirt floor softened the soil far quicker than it should have. To make matters worse, the old wooden staircase suddenly fell to pieces and into a jumbled pile of broken wood. I don't think she's gonna let us leave. Hands covered in decaying flesh thrust out of now abnormally soft dirt and took a hold of Warren and Estel's ankles. Estel was caught so off guard that she dropped her flashlight. Its fading light shined on Agnes, who was at the other end of the basement, happily watching as the couple and all their supplies were slowly being pulled into the ground. We knew this day would eventually come. The pair had been just close enough so that they could reach out and grab each other's hand. I love you, my little chickadee. Love you too, my darling. Before long, the couple had been completely sucked into the soft ground, leaving behind nary a trace that they had ever been there. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end, chapter 10. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter in the story titled Some Houses Bleed, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 11. Ray made it home after his venture into town. He wasted no time taking his bag of supplies to the living room couch to come up with a battle plan. The contents of Ray's bag were little more than several rolls of duct tape. Okay, if I wrap up those pipes tightly enough, then it should stop the banging. I saw them do it one time on those house renovating shows. I mean, I fell asleep while watching it, so it could have been a dream, but I'm confident this will work. An above average size yawn escaped from Ray. They're a little tired from last night. Yeah, maybe I'll take a little cat nap before I get started. Ray laid himself down on the couch, closed his eyes. It took him no time at all to fall fast asleep. Still quite obsessed with the mystery that was Ray, Jessie was at home, glued to her computer. She had read about every article and watched numerous videos on the houses Ray had once called his home. The more she researched, the more frustrated Jessie became. She had nowhere near the nerve to ask Ray what his deal was, but she had come to a dead end with her investigation. Why? Why do you keep moving into these houses, Ray? Jessie had Googled an address and read most of the articles about it, but an article at the bottom of the search had gone unread. Its title seemed strange, even for a haunted house article. Haunted no more? With newfound energy, Jessie began reading the article. It began like all the other articles, explaining the lore of the house and the experiences of former house owners. But, unlike the other articles Jessie had began reading, this one went on to explain how and all paranormal activity had ceased. Jessie eagerly clicked on the video link attached to the article. As she watched the video, an interview with an old man piqued her interest. House used to be haunted, not anymore. The damnedest thing. For years, all you heard was how bad the house was. Now, nothing. Jessie eagerly typed in another address. Like with the last one, she found unread articles at the bottom of the search. The current house she was investigating had been the former home of one of Ohio's worst serial killers. This article, too, had a video. We really couldn't afford to rent any of the other houses in this area, so we had no choice but to rent this place. We heard the stories and hoped that they were just stories. We've been here for almost 6 months now, and nothing has happened. The perfectly normal house, said a woman. Jessie Googled another address, and after reading the article, he watched a video of a pair of paranormal investigators recording their findings. There's nothing here. Yeah, the house is completely clean. From all the stories we heard about this place, we expected to find more than enough evidence to declare this place being haunted. There wasn't a trace of paranormal activity. Someone must have busted all the ghosts before we got here. Jessie continued to scan articles and watch videos. As odd as it was to discover that Ray had lived in so many haunted houses, it was just as odd to find that those houses were now considered to no longer be haunted. I brought my kids here last summer to scare them for being bad in school. We didn't find no ghosts here. All we found was a bunch of bullshit. With night quickly approaching, Ray decided to get the task of fixing the pipe before it got too late. He whipped open the door to the basement and was about to take a step onto the stairs that no longer existed, but something stopped him. Flipped on the light switch, but the room remained dark. Fortunately for Ray, he had a flashlight with him. Ray shined it downward and was shocked to find his stairs lying in ruins on the basement floor. What the hell happened here? Termites? Ray left, but returned shortly after with a very long ladder. It was just as old and rickety as the stairs had been, but it was far better than nothing. Ray placed it in the basement and ever so carefully began climbing down. This is good. You're getting stuff done. Ray was unaware that Agnes was waiting for him at the bottom of the ladder. Before Ray knew it, the ladder had begun to tip over and was now on its way down. Ray jumped off, but hit his head on the ground quite hard. The bag of supplies that he had been carrying were flung all the way to the other side of the basement. But the worst part about the accident was that Ray had fallen on a very sharp piece of wood, which had plunged deep into his side. The pain Ray felt as he was removing it was excruciating. I told you to buy a new ladder, but you just had to be cheap. Thoughts of Lacey began filling Ray's mind as he slowly slipped into unconsciousness. They were all happier times of either smiling or laughing, and that made Ray smile. The thoughts took an awful turn immediately as Ray was forced to watch his most horrible moment. Ray, who was covered from head to toe in his own blood, had just forced a large knife into Lacey's chest. Ray snapped out of his stupor and began crawling as best as he could toward the other end of the basement. Light above him began to flicker. To call for help. Bet that dumb superstitious cop is gonna show up and start wagging his finger at me. I told you this place is haunted. Most accidents in the home happen due to stupidity, not ghosts. Yeah, that'll shut him up. Agnes was near the fallen ladder, watching Ray intently. Whispers began filling the room. This place is too drafty. I have to replace the weather stripping before winter comes. The basement began to shake. And I'm on a fault line? Will my bad luck ever end? Woe is me. Ray had to stop crawling as he grew ever closer to passing out. He was temporarily snapped out of his lethargic state when he heard Lacey's voice in his head. Kill them, Raymond. Kill them all. Lacey's voice grew more irate with each command she gave. Kill them, Raymond. Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all. Ray was able to stand up and hobble a few steps. Wet patches on the ground from where Warren and Estelle had met their fates caught his attention. Unable to support his own weight any longer, Ray crashed to his knees and began crawling again. Have to finish the job. Do it for the resale value. Like a hungry predator stalking its prey, Agnes began making her way toward Ray. Where'd that duct tape go? Fixing this house no matter what, even if it kills me. Raymond. Damn, this house is drafty. Ray reached his bag of supplies. He was able to get to a kneeling position and began rummaging. The amount of blood he had lost was making it difficult for Ray to keep his focus. Duct tape fixes all. That's what I always say. Agnes was now within striking distance of Ray. Closing his eyes, Ray heard Lacey's voice once again. I love you, Raymond. Only Lacey gets to call me Raymond, said Ray. With the speed of a viper striking unsuspecting prey, Ray turned around to face Agnes. His eyes were now glowing a bright yellow. In less than a blink of an eye, Ray was upon her. The most horrific scream burst from Agnes, but it didn't last long. Ray absorbed the witch into his body in the matter of only a few short seconds. Utterly exhausted from the ordeal, Ray fell flat on his back, his arms stretched out to his side. The bulb, which had always been flickering now, illuminated the entire basement. One last memory of Lacey came to Ray at that moment. After he had fatally stabbed his wife, the two of them fell to the ground in their basement, which was clearly eerily similar to the one Ray had in his new house. They both had their arms stretched out wide, their hands touching. Ray looked at his wife, but there was no longer any sign of life in her eyes. Tears now forming in his eyes, Ray shook out of his daydreaming state. Guess I went a tad heavy on the acting this time. You think? Said Lacey, who was now lying next to Ray, just like in his memory. She looked no worse for wear, and there was no sign of any knife in her chest. Woe is me? What were you thinking? I improvised. Never deviate from the script, Raymond. Told you that time and time again. Yeah, this was a tough one. I did everything to get her to drop her guard. You did great. Our jobs aren't over yet. There are lots of houses out here that need to be cleaned. I don't care if there's a million more houses. As long as you're here with me, I can do anything. I will always be with you, Raymond. I love you. When Ray turned his head to look at his wife, she was gone. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end, chapter 11. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again with the final chapter of our story titled How Some Houses Bleed, written by Jacob Harris. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 12. A few days later, Jesse had mustered the courage to pay Ray yet another unsuspected visit. Okay, Jesse, okay, you can do this, Sneak your question into a casual conversation. Hey Ray, how you doing? Nice weather you had these past couple of days. How come all the haunted houses you lived in are no longer haunted? Yes, that's how I'll do it. When Jesse pulled up to Ray's house, her heart sank more than just a bit. She found a for sale sign in the front yard. Jessie made her way to the front door and began knocking. She was hoping Ray was still occupying the residence and not yet moved away. Ray, you in here? Ray? With each passing knock, Jessie was losing more hope. Agnes? When she looked through the window, Jessie could see that all the furniture was gone. Left. Jessie was fighting back tears as she made her way back to her car. She stopped at the for sale sign, and her sorrow temporarily changed. Not only did he leave like a thief in the night, but he used a different realtor. Off somewhere in a different part of the country, Two boys riding their bikes were watching a new neighbor moving into a local folks regarded as the most evil house they had ever come across. The boys rode up to the man who was busy unloading boxes from a moving van. Tell him, first boy said. Oh, you tell him, second boy said. Hey, mister, said the first boy. The man turned around to show himself to be one Ray Martinez. Any injuries he had incurred while at his previous home were now gone from sight. What can I do for you boys? I don't know if you knew this or not, but everyone says your house is haunted. Haunted? Oh boys, don't you know? There's no such thing as ghosts. Ray then looked at a window on the second floor. The curtain was gently swaying as if someone had just been watching him. Trust me, I know. And Ray just grinned. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story.
Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another short horror story for you guys. This one is a one-shot written by Old School Horror titled Something's Out There. So remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, subscribe. Dark roads lead to dark places. These were the words which went through Jake Harris's mind as he was driving on the lonely country road. He was coming from a dark place, a place which was not physical. It was in his past, and no matter how fast he was driving, he couldn't get out of it. Guilt is a dangerous feeling. It was eating him for years, so he was driving away from the big city. He needed some time on his own. The state of Wisconsin proved to be an excellent choice for him. Jake's late parents had a cabin somewhere north in the woods. He was headed in that direction in order to escape for a few days. Sleepiness crawled over him, and he had a hard time concentrating on the road. He was driving for many hours now. But driving was also a thing which he loved. Long roads were his favorite. Since his wife and son had died, he was often on the road. Sometimes Jake just got into the car and drove off to nowhere. The road wasn't lit very well. It was a country road after all. It hadn't been rehabilitated since 1980. Now, in 2005, condition was already decayed by weather and because of the high frequency of truck traffic. Now, the trucks tried to avoid this road as much as possible because of the poor condition. Many of the lights weren't working, and nobody bothered repairing them. Jake had to pay extra attention to the road and anything on the side. He didn't want to risk hitting a deer or wild boar. He reached a wooded area. I must be close, he thought. Pressed the gas pedal a little harder. After passing a dangerous curve, Jake spotted one of the light poles. Right behind the light pole, there was a sign which stated that there's a gas station about 1 mile down the road. He glanced at the instrument panel. It showed that there's still some gas in the tank. Glancing back at the sign, he saw that the light wasn't working properly. It kept fading, then brightening again. It was a strange occurrence. Jake couldn't remember seeing anything like that before. Then his eyes caught something here in the shadows. It looked like there was a person standing there. For a moment, he thought he saw a pair of circular red eyes. Or were they red lights? He slowed down a bit, but couldn't see more. So, he kept on driving. The front lights of his car flickered erratically, and he was in line of sight. They were even out for a few seconds. Radio went crazy, switching channels in a chaotic manner, until he got past the sign. After about 30 yards or so, everything went back to normal. This strange event woke him up from his lethargic state. Jake thought that his battery might not be working properly. Faulty wiring combined with some interference might explain both of the phenomena. It was weird, however, that they happened at the same time. Coincidence like this had a tiny chance of happening. God, I'm tired, he thought, and sped up some more in order to reach the gas station as soon as possible. A few minutes of rest, he'll be on his way. Maybe a cup of coffee would be a good idea. Jake hoped to find a vending machine there, and if strange events won't repeat themselves, then it will be alright. Continue. The tired man kept looking around to see if he can spot anything unusual between the trees. He couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. There were only oak and maple trees everywhere he looked. Lush vegetation surrounded the road from both sides. The dark parts, though, made him feel uneasy. He had to slow down and drive with extra care when going through those parts where the lights were out. The gas station appeared in front of him. It was a well-lit place, but not big. In front of the station, where the pumps had been placed, was covered by a metallic roof supported by an old steel structure. He then stopped his red 1993 BMW at one of the pumps and filled up the tank. Another car was parked at the other pump. There were only 4 of them. When Jake looked inside, he saw a woman and a little girl through the windows. They were looking around as if they didn't know what to buy. He looked around again, but couldn't see anything. Lights were all bright around the place, so he wasn't able to discern much of anything far away. What he had seen earlier left an uneasy feeling inside of him. A shadow with a strange shape. Or was it his imagination? He got out of the car and pulled up the zipper of his leather jacket. It was a little windy around here. Autumn had already arrived, so the weather kept getting colder each day. His legs had a hard time walking. He had spent a considerable time in a seated position, so his joints felt heavy and rusty. Jake wasn't too old. In fact, he was only 44, and still as healthy as a man can be at that age. The stubble on his face already turned into a beard. He hadn't shaved for a few days. His sunken cheeks and droopy eyes betrayed tiredness and past heavy encounters with the bottle. He filled up the tank, then went inside the station and bought himself a coffee from the vending machine. He waited for the clerk while listening to the pleasant music which was playing in the background. It must have been the radio, but he couldn't see where it was. Then the gas station clerk came to the counter a few seconds later. He was a tall black guy, also a little skinny. The man didn't look tired at all, maybe a little bored. He had thick lips and dark brown eyes, characteristic of African American people. Jake paid for the gas. Before he could leave, an agitated man rushed inside. He was in his 50s and sported an enormous belly. The blue baseball cap on his head was dirty and soaked in sweat. The man's hairy chest was heaving. Jake could see that because of the partially unbuttoned striped shirt the man was wearing. Hey, something's out there. What? There's something out there I saw. What's out there? I don't know. So what? Maybe it was a man. Yeah, but he was black. No shit. I'm black too, man. No, not like that. He was completely black. I'm completely black too. No, not like that. Look, about a mile from here, that way. Near the road. I saw it too. Look, I don't know what the two saw, but I ain't seen shit right. So with all due respect, please stop talking crazy stuff. Scaring the lady and her little daughter. He pointed towards the woman and child. They were close by. The woman was nice-looking brunette with long curly hair and had a decent physique. He was talking to her daughter, who also had brown hair and an angelic face. The little girl looked about 10 years old. Look, man, I think that what we've seen was just a trick. No, it wasn't. Look, I saw it moving. The lights in my car went out. I barely got here, man. Couldn't see a damn thing. Come on, man. Cut the bullshit. We're all trying to get through the night. So please, calm your ass down. Just after the clerk finished the sentence, the lights on the road went out. They all threw concerned looks towards the road. See what I mean? Are you people satisfied now? Oh, come on. Them lights weren't repaired in 100 years. Damn it. Alright, then I'm out of here. Whatever that thing was, it's coming. Hey, was it beside the big road sign? Sort of. It was further down the road by the light post, not far away from the sign. The light wasn't on. Probably wasn't working. Anyway, I'm not sticking around much. Crept the fuck out of me. The guy is crazy. But deep down inside, Jake knew that the other man was right. Yeah, man, but haven't you said you seen it too? Look, honestly, I don't know what I've seen. Jake didn't like this. There was one more person who had seen the strange apparition, and there might have been something there after all. He didn't see it well, and didn't want to draw conclusions. Might have just been a prank by local kids. He remembered a story from the teens. What he saw earlier was eerily similar to that. A long time ago, he and a few friends cut a piece of cardboard in order to resemble an evil face. Then they folded it up to look like a cylinder. After that, they glued a piece of cardboard to the top and one to the bottom. It resembled a jack-o'-lantern in the end. They cut a hole in the back, put a candle inside. Then they stuck the thing on a tree in the park in their hometown. After nightfall, a young boy and girl came to have some fun where nobody could see them. When they noticed it, they got scared and ran away screaming. Jake smiled at the thought. He still saw their scared faces. It sure looked like one of those pranks. The woman and the girl just arrived at the counter, and the woman wanted to pay. Jake looked at the woman and her child. They both looked back at him, smiled. He did the same, then headed to the door. Don't even think about it, he thought. You don't deserve it. The little girl's face struck him. He resembled his late son, Clark. The girl had the same cheeks, very similar nose, and the look in her eyes, just like Clark's. She was smiling with her eyes too. She was beautiful. Her smile brought back some painful memories. These memories dated back 4 years, and Jake hated them as much as he hated himself. His wife and his son were no more because of him. Only death could save him, the guilt he was feeling. He didn't start a new life since their death. He couldn't. The road was his salvation when he wasn't working. Jake was driving because this way he'd avoid the damn bottle. He couldn't drink himself to death being behind the wheel. His life mattered little to him, and he didn't want to kill anybody else. Sometimes he was fantasizing about saving somebody else at the expense of his own life in order to die, at least have that peace. Jake walked out the front door and saw the big guy driving out the station. He was driving an old pickup truck, and Jake was wondering how it was still in one piece and didn't fall apart 100 years ago. The man wasn't hesitating much. He must have stepped on the gas really hard because he was out of the road in no time. The fat man was speeding away, his decrepit excuse of a car, no working lights, and he disappeared behind the trees. He didn't get far, however, as Jake heard tires screeching and then loud crashing noise. Crashing noise was quickly followed by a harsh metallic one, then an elongated scream. Jake couldn't see anything because of the lush vegetation surrounding the station, but he knew it was bad. Rushed back inside right away. Hey, I think the big guy had an accident. All right, I'm coming right away, said the clerk. Grabbed the flashlight. He then ran outside, right behind Jake. The woman and the child remained inside. The woman didn't want her daughter to see anything related to an accident. Jake reached the man's fat car. It looked like the man tried to avoid something on the road. Something he saw too late. The car hit an enormous tree and now lay on the side of the road, smoking. The two men looked inside the car, but they couldn't see the driver. They saw right away that the steering wheel was bloody. It was an old car, but most likely didn't have an airbag. I mean, even if it had one, it obviously wasn't working. They noticed that the right-hand door wasn't where it should have been. It was ripped out of its hinges and lying about 5 yards away between the trees. The impact didn't look so forceful for the door to be that far away. Even for a wreck of a car like a pickup truck, it appeared impossible. What the hell happened here? Look, man, I don't know. No sign of the fat dude. Both men then looked around the car and under it. The men even searched their surroundings, but they found nothing. Jake's guts twisting, turning. The sight of the red-eyed shape came back to him. If it were only for him to see it, it would have been fine. The really unnerving fact was that the fat guy had also seen something even closer to the station. What if that thing reached the station? Maybe the road lights turning off were a sign that it was here. Look, it's a mess, man. Yeah, but where the hell did he go? Look, I don't know, but let's not just stand here. I'm gonna call emergency. Yeah, that's a good idea because I heard a scream. That door, something took him. Yeah, man, something big. But I ain't gonna wait here to see it. Alright, man. Let's go. Let's get back inside. The men were heading back towards the station. Right before turning from the main road onto the driveway, they met the woman and her daughter. Hey, what are you doing? Not safe here. But Jake saw that they were both trembling. Mister, the lights went out. Yeah, thought it was strange, so we came outside.
He didn't feel safe inside. We we heard something. Yeah, there were sounds coming from the back.
Alright, let's get back first, and we'll see. They all went back to the station. The clerk was in front with the flashlight. The girls were behind him, and Jake in the back. For a short time, he turned and walked backwards. He kept his eyes on the road, but couldn't see a thing. The night was still, and nothing moved on the moonlit road. Not a car passed. He arrived. It really did seem like an abandoned road. He was wondering why the owner of the gas station hadn't gone out of business. It seemed that the owner made little money out here. Jake turned, found himself staring at the woman's hips. He liked how they swayed. She wore tight jeans, which accentuated her curves. A thin jacket, made of some material which resembled leather, covered the upper body. Beautiful woman, thought Jake again, then looked away with distaste. The distaste was for him because he began fantasizing about some woman or people dying. In the end, he thought, primal urges always win. My name is Curtis, by the way. Hi, I'm Jenna. This is my daughter, Claire. Not the best circumstances to make friends, huh? Definitely not. I'm Jake. Nice to meet you.
Alright, I'm gonna check the brake panel out back.
Alright, Curtis. I'm staying here with the ladies. Curtis went around the building, and Jake remained with Jenna and Claire. Little girl was hugging her mother. Jenna was keeping her hand protectively over Claire's shoulder. Jake then crouched in front of the girl, smiled comfortably at her. She smiled back. How old are you, Claire?
I'm 10.
Well, Claire, me and Curtis are gonna find out what's happening, and then... He couldn't finish because there was a loud curse coming from behind the building.
Motherfucker.
It was Curtis. Alright, stay here. Don't drive away because we don't know what's out there. Jake ran after Curtis and found him frozen, a blank stare on his face. When he turned toward the breaker panel, he saw what frightened the clerk. Blood and brains covered the panel surrounding wall. That guy's body was on the ground near the panel. His face was gone, along with about half of his head. Now they understood why there was no light at the station. The thing that took the man from his pickup truck brought him here, bashed his head to a bloody pulp on the breaker panel, which got damaged. What the hell? Asked Jake. He couldn't really say anything else.
Look, this is why we got no electricity. Panel's broken. I'm calling 911.
Jake and Curtis then ran back to the girls. He could see right away that something was wrong. What's wrong? Nothing. Come on, come inside, said Jake as calmly as possible. Oh, wait. What happened back there? Look, let's just go inside, please. The girls obeyed, and after they entered, they saw Curtis frantically buttoning his phone. Could somebody please tell me what's wrong? Jake then took her by the hand and pulled her away from Claire, and quickly told her about the body. She gasped in fright, but tried to muffle it with her hand. Jake told her they will try to call the authorities, solve the problem without Claire knowing much of it. Protecting the little girl was imperative. He didn't want her to be traumatized at such an early age. Damn, my signal is bad. Here, let me try the landline. He picked up the phone, dialed 911, then waited. Somebody picked it up, then the line went dead. After a few more times, it worked again. The line didn't go dead right away, so he could speak to some extent, but then it went dead again. Did it work? I don't know. I talked to an operator, but I'm not sure she could hear me right. Let's hope they received at least where we are. So what now? We wait. For what? Can't even be sure if help is on the way or not. Because the thing that did, Jake began, didn't realize it is a mistake and stopped mid-sentence. What thing? Nothing, honey. Could you please help Curtis find what he was looking for? Yeah, sure. Look, sorry for scaring your daughter, but going away is risky. We don't know what's out there. Then why is waiting here a better option? That thing could be anywhere, even inside. Yeah, I know. But I saw the fat guy drive away. Now he's dead, alright? Looks like we don't have a right option. No, not really. The only sure thing is that being outside is deadly. Also, there has to be something with the lights. Yo, what do you mean? The road outside is not well lit. Damn politicians ain't want to fix shit here. Yes, I know. The thing is, when the fat guy left, his lights weren't working. Yeah, he told us, man. I remember now, but what's your point? Yeah, what's with the lights? He also said his lights went out when he saw something on the roadside. I saw it too. When I got close to it, the lights went downright crazy. You mean like in the horror movies? I don't like horror movies. Yeah, something like that. And that thing, it was not human. You listening to yourselves? Really? Horror movies? Monsters? You two must have smoked something. Alright, come with me. Excuse me? Look, Just come with me. I'll show you something. I won't hurt you. Don't worry.
All right. Watch my daughter, Curtis. Yes, ma'am. No problem.
Jake took a flashlight from Curtis and led the way outside. He knew it wasn't a good idea at all, but he also wanted to make sure that Jenna understood the situation they were in. They went back to where the breaker panel was, along with the dead man. What the fuck?
What? What's wrong?
There should have been a dead body here.
Oh my God,
Said Jenna, and her hands jumped to her mouth. The bloodstains were still there. Bits of brain were still plastered to the panel. It looked like something bashed the poor man's head against the panel with substantial force.
oh my God, is that?
Looks like a tongue? They stared for a second at the fat man's tongue, which laid in a small puddle of blood a few yards from the panel. Jake noticed that the bloodstains on the ground continued all the way towards the forest. He shone his light on the ground where the body used to be, and traced the blood-red streak till it disappeared in the darkness of the trees.
That thing dragged the body into the woods.
Yeah, but why?
I don't know. Maybe to eat it?
Maybe. I don't know. But why leave it here first? Take it away later. Jake froze after his light beam fell on something he didn't see before. He gasped, and Jenna threw a half-frightened, half-worried look at him.
What's that?
They went closer in order to see what made the man stare so dumbfounded at the ground. There, on the decades of old asphalt, near the bloody drag marks, a name was painted on the ground. Jake couldn't believe his eyes. The moment he saw the bloody name on the ground, he knew that tonight's events aren't random. They have something to do with him. When he was pondering the implications, Jenna interrupted him.
Clark? Who the hell is Clark?
He was my son.
Was?
He died.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks. Let's get back to... Then a loud scream interrupted him. It was Claire. Couldn't have been anybody else.
Oh no, Clara!
Shouted Jenna, and ran back towards the front of the station. Jake followed. A stream was light, illuminating the driveway from inside. It looked like somebody was searching for something.
Mommy?
It's alright, honey, I'm here. What happened?
A monster wanted to take me. Curtis chased it away. Hey, y'all need to get inside.
They followed the clerk's instructions and hurried in. He was trembling from head to toe. His chest was heaving, flashlight in his right hand was shaking.
What happened?
He said she wanted some candy, you know. So I let her search for candy. She wandered away, then I heard the scream, so I ran to her. She was by the big glass wall in the front. I pointed the light to her, then I saw the thing we were talking about behind her. Jenna held her hands to her chest like she was having a heart attack. She felt relieved because Clara was still alive, but she also knew that her daughter's life had almost been ended. Alright, then what happened next? It disappeared. It dissolved in the thin air. I can't explain it. I couldn't see much, but it was big, man. The light. The light made it go away like you've said before. Will the monster come back, Mommy? I don't know, honey. All I know is that we will not let it hurt you, alright? The girl just nodded and buried her head into her mother's shirt. He didn't want to let her go. Jenna really wanted to protect her daughter. What kind of mother wouldn't? The problem was, he didn't know how. They had to rely on the two men who were as lost as she was. Yeah, doesn't like light. That's why he took out the breaker panel. And that's why it could scare the fat guy. His lights weren't working. Yo, the fat dude said his lights were out when he passed the thing on the road. You passed it too, but your lights are working, right? Yeah, I think so. When I passed the thing the first time, my lights flickered, my radio went nuts. It all returned to normal though, after I got further down the road. How come your lights were still working? I don't have the vaguest idea. Your lights were okay when you were on the road, right? Yes, but I came from the opposite direction. Okay. So, we don't know what the hell this thing is. So we better make sure that we are surrounded by light all the time. How many flashlights do we have? We have 4. One is mine, the other's yours, and we still have 2 extra. Jake took one of the lights and gave it to Jenna. He took it and looked in his eyes with compassion, but also some hope. Jake seemed to her like a man who could save her, Clara. Not that Curtis seemed less capable to her, but she saw something in Jake. She didn't know for sure what it was. Maybe she saw in his eyes that he wouldn't hesitate a second to save him. Hey Curtis, have you seen anything unusual here lately? Anything which might explain all this? Yo, look, I'm working here for a month or so. Not sure as hell I ain't seen anything crazy going on. It around here and get weird until your ass showed up last night. Jake lowered his head. He was thinking. Maybe these events are truly tied to him somehow. But he couldn't understand how. I don't know, Curtis. Let's just get through the night, okay? Let's do it, man. Hopefully our batteries are gonna last. Aren't you selling flashlights here? Jenna asked, perplexed.
No, ma'am. This was the same question I asked the boss when I'm coming here to work. He said that he plans to sell them in the future, but not yet. Business strategies, you know. Or lack of them.
Shit, Jake exclaimed after their flashlights went out. Darkness enveloped them, and they felt icy fingers crawling up their backs. Clara hugged her mother more tightly. The two men tried desperate moves to restart the lights, but it was futile. Just when they thought it was all over, they heard sirens. Soon, a police cruiser turned onto the driveway with its blue and red lights whirling around. People inside the station died in relief. Finally, they had been rescued, and the ordeal was over. At least, this is what they thought. Better stated, this is what they all wanted to be true. The car didn't get too close because its siren and lights went dead in an instant. The driver tried to start the engine a few more times, but was unsuccessful. He also tried the radio, but it was dead. Jake opened the front door and was heading out to meet the police officers, but then halted in his tracks. To his right, between the tall bushes, he saw something moving. At first, he thought it was something in the wind. But no, it had an abnormal form. A tall, dark shape emerged onto the driveway. It had no visible features, only an outline. Otherwise, it was complete blackness. Outside was dark, but the visibility was still acceptable because the sky wasn't clouded. The faint moonlight somewhat illuminated the surroundings. Other than that, there was nothing else. No lights were working, but the sheer blackness of the creature was still obvious. It looked tall, about 8 or 9 feet, and had wings. They resembled the wings of a bat, only much larger, and they were only retracted. The creature also had 2 horns, jutting forward from its forehead, which then curled upwards. They couldn't see any facial features. Its hands were long and ended in thin fingers, pointy claws. The creature's legs were like that of a bird or a bat. Digitigrade, but with long fingers and claws. The only feature which stood out was blackness for the eyes. Brown and red, positioned in front of the face like those of humans. They were looking straight at the cruiser. Jake told the others to stay inside and began signaling the officers to watch out. He was waving both his hands frantically, shouting. He knew that this was his most idiotic thing he could do, but didn't want to have more people on his conscience. His wife and son were enough for him. Watch out! Watch out! To your left! The creature was already marching towards the car, Those inside surely noticed Jake signaling and approached the menace because both front doors were opened with force. The driver couldn't get out because as soon as the door opened, the black thing made a tremendous leap and landed beside the car. This was when Jenna took her daughter and rushed to the back of the station. He didn't want her to witness anything of what was going to happen. What the fuck? Came the panicked shout from the police officer as the creature grabbed the door and ripped it off like it was nothing. The passenger side female officer jumped out and fell on her butt while screaming terror. Her colleague, the driver, managed to somehow pull out his sidearm and began firing. Didn't matter. The thing was not even flinching as the bullets went right through it. Jake assumed that the shots could have been off target because of the distance between the shooter and the monster was only about 6 feet. Jake was standing there, transfixed, as the black thing, with raging red eyes, got hold of the police officer and yanked him out of the car. And then, a terrorizing roar spread its wings. It was one hell of a sight. The creature's wingspan was at least 10 yards, maybe even more. The police officer was alive and screaming, but he couldn't do much against the winged darkness. It jumped in the air, then, with a mighty flap of its wings, it got even higher. Then, each consecutive flap got further and further until it disappeared in the night sky with its prey. Come here! Hey, officer! Jake was trying to get the attention of the policewoman who was still lying on the ground. She looked at him, and Jake saw with fear in her eyes. Maybe she's in shock, thought Jake. He was right. The officer's look was lost and confused. Her eyes showed panic. Jake extended his arm, and only after calling to her a few times did she wake up from her stupor. Hey, come with me. It's not safe here. All right. He helped her get inside the station. And when Jake opened the front door, a beam of light hit his face. What's that? Oh, sorry. Looks like the flashlights are working again. What the hell is that thing, man? I can't believe this shit. Yeah, me either. But I don't know what it is. Looks like a bat straight out of hell. Are we going to survive this night? Jenna asked as she glanced at Jake. He only sighed. He didn't have an answer for that. After witnessing the formidable abilities of whatever the winged thing was, he wasn't sure at all if they survived. Deep in his guts, he felt that they can't fight this thing, and neither can they run away. Jake put these thoughts aside and wanted to do something. The sight of the crying little girl and the look on her mother's face broke his heart. Look, we have to do something, man. I know, Curtis. Thinking.
Look, all we know is that its weakness is light, and it can interfere with electronics.
Yo, that's right.
Problem is that we need electronics to have lights. I sure ain't starting no campfire here. Okay, but what about the generator? Don't you have some kind of backup generator for emergencies? I don't know. As I said, I've been working here for a month. They don't show me much when I started.
There is a generator, said the policewoman. The others just looked at her without saying a word, like she was some kind of alien. They almost forgot she even existed. She was young, close to 30, but not yet there. Her long blonde hair was tied up in a ponytail, and her otherwise harmonious face were now contorted under the pressure of fear and shock. She was sitting on the floor with her back to the counter, hands on her knees and head down. Sorry, ma'am. Are you sure?
Yes, my name is Sarah. My brother used to work here. He had told me that he had to use the generator once because of a power outage.
And do you know where it might be? 'Cause I ain't see it around here.
Somewhere in the back. I don't know. Might be in the equipment room. Go check.
Alright, I'm gonna go check it out. Alright, I'll come with you, Curtis. Can you, take care of the girls?
Yes, of course. I think I'm okay now. Just go.
The two men rushed out, lighting their way with flashlights. Curtis was leading Jake to the back where they had found the body of the fat guy. The toilets were here, and also a small room for different tools and equipment. Curtis fumbled a little with the key, but soon the door opened, and they were greeted by a dirty and cluttered rectangular room. The smell of dust and gasoline hit their nose right away.
All right, let's see what we have here.
As Curtis and Jake began searching. After a few minutes, they found it. It was a small, portable generator. It worked on gasoline, and it wasn't the thing they were hoping to find, but it was better than nothing.
Look, I have to find some gas to fill this baby up, but we'll see if it's working or not.
I really hope it's gonna work.
Yeah, Jake, we'll see about that. Look at this, man. A searchlight. We could use this, baby.
Yeah, damn right, said Jake, and inspected the object, which was larger than the flashlight and had a long cable attached to it. Their flashlights flickered wildly, switched off. 3 screams erupted from the front, and the lights switched back on. They both got startled by the sounds, and Curtis started for the door with a panther's agility.
No, said Jake. We'll need light as soon as possible.
All right, man, go, Curtis replied, and his hands were already shaking. Jake ran to the front to see what had happened. When he reached the entrance and looked to the glass wall, he almost screamed himself. The upper torso of a man was crawling towards him, fixed eyes on Jake. Sarah was standing in the doorway without a clue about what she should do. Jenna was inside. She was cradling her daughter, so she doesn't see horrible events. The mangled body was inching towards Jake, and he didn't have a clue what to do. He recognized him by the uniform. He was the taken police officer. More correctly, the remaining half of him. His first thought was that he should help the man, but something told him that this shouldn't be happening. It's not normal for a man to crawl who knows how much after he's ripped, too. The shock and blood loss must be extreme in cases. He remembered an event which he witnessed when he was younger. It taught him for life that he should not play the speed limits. Years ago, a young man was racing like crazy with his new motorbike. Parents just bought him the bike because it was his birthday. The guy lost control of the bike, side of a car, and flew sideways straight to a pole. His body cut in two pieces. Poor bastard was still alive for a few seconds because of the adrenaline. He tried to crawl to his lower body, somehow put it back. The paramedics lifted him up. All his insides had fallen onto the ground. Jake saw his eyes was crawling to gather up his guts. They didn't look like the eyes of this man. These were evil, resolute. His suspicions became reality. The crawling torso spoke in almost feminine voice. Why did you let us die? Jake backed up a few steps with his mouth hanging open. He couldn't believe the voice he was hearing. It's your fault, Jake. It's all your fault. Jake kept looking at the corpse, then to Sarah, who was still standing in the doorway. Her face showed bewilderment, fright. He looked at Jake for answers, because she knew that he had some. At least, this was she concluded, when looking at his face, which betrayed many feelings. Hey, come inside. Jake couldn't say a word. Old feelings rushed back to him like a torrent. The floodgates had been opened. That which was just slowly flowing through recently healed cracks came down on him again, bathing him in a shower of sorrow. He crashed to the ground and hid his face in his hands. Sarah hurried to him, bent down to the grieving man, put her hand over his shoulder. Come on, don't do this. We need you. I killed him. You didn't kill anybody. Now come inside, will you? The man woke up from his stupor, got up. Sarah led him back inside the station. His legs were barely obeying him. His mind was in some other place, a dark place. After Sarah brought Jake back inside, Sarah and Jenna looked at him, questioning him. What was that? How could that man still be alive? I don't know. He wasn't. What do you mean? He couldn't have been alive. It was just a sick game played by us, by that wingman thing. But what about the voice? That voice was not him, I tell you. But whose voice was it? Tell me that that voice has something to do. Yes, it has. It was my wife's voice. Almost. Your wife? Yes. She died 4 years ago, along with my son, Clark. Oh. Really sorry to hear that. But I don't understand what that's got to do with what's happening tonight. I don't either, believe me. So, what's the story? Well, the fucked up story is I was married and had a son. He was 10 years old. He looked very much like your daughter Clara. What happened to him? Asked Clara. Well, our relationship wasn't that good, you know. So, I sought some fun elsewhere. You know what I mean? Yeah, you cheated on her. Yes, that's right. And there's not a single fucking day on this earth when I don't regret doing that. He found out eventually. We had those unavoidable arguments. Then filed for divorce. Got divorced, got custody, but I got to see my son at least. What happened then? One night, they went to their grandmother's. It was a night like this. We were driving on an abandoned country road. She was tired, found herself face to face with a truck. Couldn't avoid it. My God, I'm sorry, said Sarah. Yeah, me too. Every damn day. The weird thing is that Clark found himself almost all his head missing, several yards away, in the forest. Some wild animal dragged him from the wreck. Just like the body of the first victim. Was there a first victim? Asked Sarah. Yes, replied Jenna. In the back. And what about the next one? When the emergency services found my wife, only her upper half was left in one piece. The engine was pushed forward, and it crushed everything from her waist down. Ah, I see now. You think that these events have something to do with that? Definitely. I don't know how, but they are related. If I hadn't cheated on her, they could still be alive. Look, it wasn't your fault, said Sarah. Yeah, cheating on her wasn't an agreeable thing, but their death wasn't your fault. Yeah, my mind keeps telling me that. But what is burning in here, telling me otherwise. Hey, where's Curtis? Oh, damn it. Left him in the back. Alright, look, stay here. When he reached the equipment room, he saw that the door is ajar, but there was no sign of Curtis. The generator and the reflector had been pulled into the doorway. It looked like he was trying to get it to the front, but then something happened. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, Jake shouted, and he began searching the surroundings for Curtis. His heart was racing. He didn't want to lose Curtis. In fact, he didn't want to lose anybody. He wanted to make sure that they all survived. But it seemed that it is not a plausible task. Jake kept calling for Curtis, but no answer came. Only the eerie sounds of the night greeted him. Crickets were chirping endlessly in the forest, and from deep within the woods, owl hooted. A harbinger of death, he thought briefly. Is this his destiny? One minor mistake, and then only pain and suffering? He didn't deserve this, he thought. Not this much, at least. Others shouldn't pay with their lives just because he was stupid once. Having had no success in finding Curtis, he took the generator and the searchlight, took them to the front. When he reached the front door, the woman already knew that Curtis was gone. Did you find him? No, there wasn't a single sign of him. Oh no, are we going to die one by one? Mommy, I don't want to die. I'm sorry, honey, I didn't mean it. Mommy's just scared, that's all. We'll figure something out soon and we'll go home, alright? We really have to do something, said Sarah, because this thing is going to kill us all. I don't want to scare anybody, but we have to get out of here. I agree, Sarah, but what the hell can we do? We don't know where that thing is. We don't know how we can stop it. Alright, look, let's start the generator so we have some light. And we wait until morning. I have no better idea. Alright, I'll try to start it. He took the generator further inside and switched it on. It was working fine. He then connected the searchlight to the generator. After switching it on, bright light filled the place. It was much more powerful than their flashlights. The steady roaring of this generator sound was a welcoming one. Ah, great. It's working, exclaimed Jenna. Yeah, let's hope the gas is gonna last. Alright, Sarah, so now what? Jake then said, now we wait. We'll have a few more hours till sunrise. They all gathered close to one another and waited. The light was comforting. Jake checked from time to time the generator to see the level of gasoline. The machine was eating up the gas at a steady state, but it seemed that it will last till sunrise. For an hour or so, nothing happened. Clara was sleeping in her mother's arms. Jenna was sleeping too. Sarah and Jake were awake. They sipped from the bottle from time to time. Not too much though, so they won't get drunk. The two of them talking in a low voice about many things. After some uneasy shuffling, Clara woke up and began picking up her mother. Mommy, need to pee. Yeah, all right. I need to pee too. Hey, you two shouldn't go alone, said Sarah. Don't worry, I'll go with them. Look, I'm coming too. I also have to use the bathroom, and it's better if we all go together. Damn whiskey. And drink on the job. Alright, let's try to make it quick. Take the flashlights with us. At least we'll know when it comes. They took the flashlights, switched them on. They were working fine. The trip to the back to the station was uneventful. After all of them finished what they had to do, Jake started leading them back inside. Then the light from inside went out, and they heard a few clattering sounds. The flashlights flickered again. Sign something bad happening. Something not natural. Sarah unholstered her sidearm, and Jake could hear sighing deeply. They were standing at the corner of the building. What do we do now? Asked Sarah. I don't want to die, Mommy. Don't worry, honey. I'm here. Alright, let's check, said Jake. A winged creature couldn't have done it. It hates the light. They all inched their way around the corner. The entrance was only a few feet away. After a brief glance inside, they saw that there was nothing moving. Only suspicious thing was the light was not working. Sarah opened the door, then went inside. Jake followed, and after him, Jenna, Clara. They waited here for some seconds and listened. Nothing moved. Everything was still. Jake inched towards the generator, which lay broken on the floor. It looked like something took a sledgehammer to it and broke it into pieces. Gasoline was lying on the ground in a great pool. Who's there? Shouted Sarah. What? Something moved there. Wait, said Jake. A faint rustling came from the back, but they couldn't see anything because of the overwhelming darkness. The smell of spilled gasoline was heavy in the air. They had to be careful not to do something stupid, ignite it accidentally. Sarah and Jake took careful steps towards the back. This was when they heard the flapping of heavy wings from outside. Both of them turned towards a glass wall, but couldn't see a thing. They were between shelves anyway, and it was dark too. The flapping came once again from the outside. Sarah was shaking, and the gun in her hands was rattling as her hands trembled. Jenna and Clara moved back from the front wall. The next moment, Jake heard Sarah scream. He turned and saw her being grabbed by something. He screamed again as a black figure bit into her neck. Jake jumped to help her. That was when he saw that the black figure was Curtis. Or was he? He looked up and growled. Blood was gushing from Sarah's neck. It bit through the jugular. Jake knew in an instant what that had meant. He only had about half a minute to live. Jake grabbed the hand which was around Sarah's neck and then punched Curtis in the face. Curtis drew back, loosened his grip. Sarah slid out. With her remaining strength, turned and fired 2 times. The bullets hit their target in the chest, and Curtis tumbled back. He fell, hitting a shelf with his back, and fell on his butt. There was no blood coming from the wounds. You're all gonna die. Curtis, man, what's wrong with you? But Jake knew he wasn't talking to Curtis. You let me die, just like you let the police officer die. Just like you let the fat man die. Just like you let... Shut up. This is what you're telling your demons when they won't be silenced? Your demons have come alive, Jake. They will not stop until you are dead. Don't you see? Everything is your fault. Do everybody a favor and just fucking die, you pathetic shit. Curtis's head lolled, and he didn't move anywhere. Jake was looking at him, stunned. The bad part was that he believed Curtis. Jake now saw clearly what these events meant. He looked at Sarah, who was on the ground, clutching at the wound on her neck. Quickly tore off his piece of shirt, folded it up, and pressed it on her wound. He was determined not to let Sarah die. He didn't deserve it. The only one who deserved to die was him. Jenna came to the side. Clara stood a few feet behind them. Oh my God, you going to make it? I don't know. What happened to Curtis? Why did he attack Sarah? I don't know. Somehow that creature can control people after they die. I can't believe this. Me neither. But I have to end it. Sarah gasped, and she grabbed Jake by the sleeve of his jacket. Save. I won't make it. Save them, please. No, you won't die. You can't die. It didn't matter. Sarah was already drifting away. Some seconds later, she didn't breathe anymore. The wound on her neck was too big, and the blood seeped out anyway. Jake was furious and grief-stricken. Is this all really his fault? How can that be? All this because of a past mistake? He took Sarah's sidearm from her lifeless hand and checked it. It was a revolver, and it still had 4 bullets in it. After checking her pockets, he found some more bullets and replaced the 2 missing. He looked at Jenna, then to her daughter. These two will make it out alive. He will do everything in his power to save them. Jake, what are you gonna do? Going to end it. Gasoline, which had flown out of the generator, gave him an idea. He went to one of the shelves, grabbed some duct tape. Jake also searched for some matches, soon found them. They were cheap, but the stock was plentiful. He took one of the hoses and began sprinkling gasoline all over the place, except the entrance. Then he taped the lever to the handle so the gas could flow without him holding the hose. He threw the thing to the ground, then went to Jenna. Look, that thing will come eventually. I think it wants to finish what it started. And what are you gonna do? I prepared a surprise for it. Look, when it comes, you two run as fast as you can. And what about you? Look, that thing won't stop until I'm dead. I have to face it before it hurts you or your daughter. Even if I kill myself, I can't be sure that I won't transform into a monster like Curtis did. I have to make sure that everything is gone. All right. Look, I wish I had a choice, but it seems like the only one. Look, get your daughter and be ready. But where should we run? Away from the monster. If you have to run through the woods, do it. Don't hesitate. The flapping of wings came again. Jake braced himself near the pumps and readied the gun along with the matches. The creature came down top of the building. It let out a terrifying screech. Then you could hear its steps along the roof. All right, girls, be ready. They just nodded and waited beside the front door. The creature was taking its time. The steps sounded carefully, calculated. Jake's heart was beating. It wanted to jump out of his chest. The girls were terrified, but eager to get the hell out of there. The creature jumped down the building beside the girls. They both screamed and ran. But when the creature wanted to dart after them, Jake pointed a pistol at it and began firing. Hey, here I am. Come on, come and take me, you ugly bastard. The monster turned and stared at Jake with its red eyes. This was when Jake really understood what had happened. Not only had it had something to do with him, it was him. All the grief and pain he had felt since the death of his wife and his son came to life somehow. The monster had wanted him here. This is why the lights were still working when he had arrived. It was playing with Jake. It was feeding on his guilt. Jake didn't understand how this was possible, but it had happened, and it killed more people. He fired more shots, but they didn't hurt the monster. He got closer and closer. Jake saved the last bullet for himself and glanced behind him. Jenna and Clara had already run away. Monster closed in. Jake took out the matches and lit one. "You're coming to hell with me." And when it got closer, he threw the match at its feet. The gas lit up with an infernal roar. The creature cried in pain as the light hit and fire hurt it. When the fire reached Jake's legs and began engulfing him, he pointed the pistol to his head and pulled the trigger. A few seconds later, Jenna and Clara saw from the road as the underground gasoline containers exploded in a fiery blaze of light and heat. The cries of the creature reached their ears too. They saw the creature's body, blazing, body rise from the flames and dissolve in a few seconds into thin air. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Story number 4 from the Insomnia Horror Collection, written by Noctis Draven. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author, like, comment, and subscribe. This story is titled Southern Hospitality. The following events took place during the summer of 1920. Bo, that's what everyone called me in town. I had a reputation for drinking a little much, being a tad hot-headed, and even a touch of crazy for a certain girl. That's all well and fair if I'm to be honest and shame the devil, but after my ride in the summer of 1920, they all steered clean the hell away from me. Can't say I blame them. Hell, I wouldn't believe me either if I didn't see it with my own eyes, and if I didn't hear it. See, my folks and I lived way out in the thicket, and I had important business needed tending to with Ken, Nacogdoches, Texas. Being as we was just simple country folk, we didn't have much of an automobile, so it was a good 2 days ride for me. I made the trip a time or two, so I knew to head out as early as I could. Well, I knew that, but it sure didn't play out that way. See, a little gal I've been running around with in town got it in her head that I was leaving to get away from her. So, she up and met me at my home. After a little fight, a little makeup, and some pretty words, I finally got my behind on the trail. I had all I needed for the trip, so it was just a game of doing it, and most of it was a pleasant ride, I must say. The damn sun saw fit to quit on me after a few hours, and the night comes real quick in the sticks. It started getting where I couldn't see, and I knew if I couldn't, then my horse surely was riding blind. I pushed on anyway. Long as the trail was flat, I had to make some distance, cause no telling how long my kin would stick around waiting on me. It was dark as Judas's heart out here, and like an angel from heaven, I could barely see the light of a lantern half a mile ahead. Well, I was tired, and my old stud wasn't walking as smooth. He told me we needed to stop. I got close to the light, and I could make out that it was an old house with a pretty large barn out back. As I got closer to the front,
A man met me outside, almost like he knew I was coming. He was a young feller and already balding. Nice though. He smiled and nodded to me as I hopped to the ground with a thud. Stranger, you don't gotta say a word. I know you're tired by the look of you. Yeah, you don't miss much. I'm Bo, and this here's Trent. Pleasure to the both of you, Mr. Bo. Tell you what, mighty dark out, and being a Christian man, I don't think I could handle letting you go off in this thicket and dark. To be honest, we've been having trouble with a pair of cats taking our chickens, and I got it in my gut. It won't be long before they decide to take something bigger. Cougars, huh? Yes, sir, that's right. In the heat of mating, I figure it. Tell you what, go on inside and we'll put you up for the night. Got a couple other travelers in there tonight. Also, Mama just got a pan of chili and biscuits set down for supper. I looked around and at my horse, Trent, then back at the man who oddly still didn't give his name. It was all a little much, but to be honest, I was sure hungry, tired, and the thought of a night ride with a damn cougar out sent a chill up my spine. Don't you worry about Trent here, mister. I'll take him around the barn, get him fed and some fresh water. He'll be right as rain and ready for you to come daylight. How the hell could I say no? I shook his hand again, handed him the reins, and walked inside the old house. Well, I sure had a strange feeling, but the setting didn't match my gut. It was cozy, well kept, and the smell coming from that chili was sure enough to drive a man insane. We got another. Well, come on in, son, but kick them boots off before you sit on my table. I left my boots by the door and walked into the dining area, where two other men were mopping up chili from plates with biscuits. Boy, ain't we popular tonight? Go on, son, sit down, and I have a full as ticking cows. Those time. She was skinny, old woman, maybe 110 pounds, dripping wet, but she sure as hell could cook. Made small talk, and other travelers thanked the woman and retired to a separate room where the extra beds were. I lingered a short while longer, but once I had my fill, I grabbed my boots from the door and headed in the direction the others went. In the spare room, there were 4 cot-style day beds, and 2 had the men from supper curled up in them. I found one in the furthest corner and blew out a candle on the wall, making it dark. I lay there for what felt like it was only a minute or two, but then I was fast asleep. I woke up to the sound of muffled talking. I was facing the wall and had the blankets pulled up to my neck, my back facing the other beds. The muffled talking turned into what sounded like arguing and then a struggle. I heard grunting and what sounded like someone being punched or hit with something. It sounded like someone had their hand over one of the man's mouth in the room with me. It was loud enough to wake me, but with how quiet they kept it, I figured it was more than one man attacking this traveler. Everything inside me wanted to jump and run as fast as I could. My guardian angel must have known best, 'cause I laid there, played like I was asleep the entire time. After the struggle, I heard more muffled voices, and then grunting Sounded like they were lifting a body out from the bed. Loud thud shook my bed a bit, and one of the men cursed. I figured they dropped the poor soul. They lifted it back up, and I heard shuffling as they carried the body outside somewhere. Call me a coward if you will, but I cuffed myself right in that bed, shutting my eyes as tight as I could, not moving a hair. Glad I did, because those men came back. The man with the raspy sleep voice started to talk at a normal and startled turn. What? Who is it? Wait. Then more muffled voices and a longer struggle. Seems this fella was putting up a fight. I heard kicking. It took all one man had to keep his hand over the poor traveler's mouth. After a good 30 seconds or so, it was still. I swear on Mary, I could hear a knife being run through the poor man over and over again till the room was dead silent. I heard footsteps getting mighty close to my bed, and they stopped. I could feel the heavy breathing of a man on my cheek. He was hunting. He was hunting for a sign that I was awake. So I just laid there, pretty as you please, trying my best I could make my breathing look normal, like I sleep. He stood over me the entire time. The old fella dragged that body out of the room and outside. After a long while, he finally left the room and joined his buddy outside. I could hear what sounded like the swinging of an axe, but there weren't no wood being cut in the dead of this night. A while later, a man came back in the room, stood over me again. I knew this was it. I played asleep better than any silver screen actress, but I knew at any moment I'd feel a blade sink into my neck. Felt like a damn eternity, but the man backed up and walked out the door, leaving me there, still facing the wall, covered in sweat under a blanket. I didn't get any sleep, as if it needed to be said, and I was mighty happy to see the sun coming up through the window. I could hear movement in the kitchen, smelled biscuits, and even some bacon frying. I decided the smartest thing I could do was not give a single sign that I heard it at all, that I should just make like I had the best night's sleep of my life. I turned over, saw the beds, neatly made, empty. Put my boots under my arm and walked to the kitchen after dressing properly. Well, morning, mister. Got the best damn time in this side of the Mississippi. Breakfast is just about done. The last thing I was hungry. But I knew to make like nothing was wrong, so I did what a gambling man would do. I played along. Yes, ma'am, that smell sure is hard to ignore. Yeah, well, I reckon you'll be on your way soon. I nodded as I forced bacon down my throat. I wanted to be sick, if I'm telling the God's honest truth. Oh, how'd you sleep last night? He seemed to peer at me, staring right into my eyes, and even deeper, into my damn soul. He waited for me to give the wrong answer, and had I done it, I figured the men would take me right then and there. So I snapped out of it and smiled. Ma'am, I tell you, I slept so good and heavy. Not for this here bacon, I'd still be asleep now. kept up my bluff of pulling out a little bit of money and placing it on the table. Ma'am, as good as y'all been to me, I can, in good faith, not give you a little something. Yeah, well, I'm a Christian woman. And the Lord says, if you can help, then you should. Keep that money, son. I smiled and finished my meal. As I stood up, curiosity got the best of me. I had to know. Ma'am, I guess the others left out mighty early then. Her answer sent a chill through my bones and let me know my time to leave was here. Yeah, maybe you're still sleepy, son. Ain't no one been here all night except you. We haven't had a visitor in weeks. After she answered, she stood still and looked at me with an empty plate in her hand. I smiled and nodded as I turned and walked out the front door. As I walked, I could still feel her eyes on me, praying to the Lord I didn't push my luck. I headed for the barn. The balding young man met me there, and true to his word, there was Trent, looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I nodded and thanked them over and over as I mounted up and headed down the trail again. Took all I had not to dig my heels in and run. Trent the whole damn way to town, but I kept my act up as it still just didn't feel right. About 4 miles outside the city, I rode up on a lone rider. He was just there on the trail, mounted, waiting. He nodded at me and raised his hand politely for me to stop, which I did. Hey there, fella. How can I help you? He smiled back at me, but it didn't make me feel any better. It made me feel worse, like something was about to happen. Hey, you stay at that house back there, Spell? The one with the old woman? What a strange question. It was then I knew I was yet clear of that damn house. Oh yeah, yes sir, I surely did. Nicest people I ever met in all my days, yes sir. Then he asked the same damn strange question the old woman did. So, how'd you sleep? You didn't wake up any, did you? His asking made me want to turn tail and ride fast as the wind, but I held my ground. Oh no, sir, I slept like a baby. Hell, I ain't slept in a bed so comfortable ever, I don't imagine. He nodded and got quiet. I stood in front of him another 40 seconds or so before I slowly turned, nodded at him, went on about my way. He sat on his horse, eyes darting into me as I rode off, not moving, making a sound. I made it into Nacogdoches about sundown and was damn happy to see my kin. I told them the story. They accused me of hitting the bottom. I tell you, to this day, I never took that trail again. Everyone thinks I made the whole thing up. I even asked some trappers who ran blue ticks through that area if they ever seen the old house and woman, but they all said no. The one thing I knew is be damn careful whether or not you accept a little southern hospitality. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story.
Yo, what is up, everybody? Resco here. Some more short horror stories for you guys. This one is titled Short Horror Stories, written by Laurel Hope. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to her. Like, comment, and subscribe. The Legend of the Black-Eyed Children. I've been a fan of YouTube ever since I was so young. I was always obsessed with legends and make-believe. But out of all the legends that I've heard so far, the Boogeyman, the Candyman, Freddy, Jason, Bloody Mary, etc., those just never captured my attention. Like a story I saw on YouTube about the legends of the Black-Eyed Children. I didn't believe a word anyone said until I did my research. I captured a great location where all the reports the Black-Eyed Children had been spotted recently. I told my friend Rush all about it because he's too obsessed with all the fables, fantasy, and legends. And of course, he's down for a challenge. Alright, we leave by 8. Off to New York we go, to search for a legend that I don't think exists. I probably think people online make up shit like that to get noticed on social media. But what if it's real though? Suppose we die? Rush replied. Well, do you want to die? Well, let's turn back then, yeah? No. The journey must go on. Besides, I want a selfie with it. Our flight arrived in New York at 1:54 p.m. Tired, confused, and bored. So do we go straight to Sydney right now, or? You can't be serious right now, Rush. We at least have to rent a motel or something. I'm tired, man. Plus, I have $5,000 to mess around with. Aren't motels for runaway couples and teen lovers? Oh, shush. Come on, man. Taxi's waiting. We took a cab straight to a motel in Sydney. But this motel looked rather desolate, rather empty and abandoned. It reminds me of one of the stories I've heard about an abandoned motel where there's frequent disturbances around. But we were both tired, so we both didn't really care. We both fell asleep together, with his hands around my hips, knocked out, deep sleep. For some reason, I find this so hard to fall asleep. I shut my eyes, and I keep smelling, in horrific order, coming straight around the bathroom. I didn't want to risk getting up. Then, there was a wild dog ready to attack, and I didn't have a weapon. I got to sleep either way. A couple hours in, we both heard a knock on the door. Cooks, get up. He got up and headed for the door to look at the people to see who it might be. Can I come in? Go away. I don't need cookies. Who is it, Rush? Some stupid kids want to sell cookies. They knocked a bit harder. Let us in. I started to get suspicious and attempted to go look through the peephole when I noticed something strange. I noticed that they were children. There was a pretty tall, skinny-looking male, a girl, looking like she was 7,
and a baby boy looking like he was around 5. What was also weird was their clothing. No, we're in August, and they're in heavy, cloaked, tattered sweaters and sweatpants, and no shoes, with very dark sunglasses. I got even more suspicious when I looked at their skin. They looked sunburnt and patchy, like they've been walking in the treacherous sun for days. The younger one realized I was peeping and said, "Can you let us in? I need to call my mommy. No one wants to buy our cupcakes." I froze, and I whispered, "Gosh, come here for a sec. Look at what they're selling. Aren't they selling cookies? How come you said cupcakes?" They started to knock harder. "Let us in now. Let us in now." It took me a while to realize that they were not just regular children. But as soon as they took their glasses off, "Cook, no, Cook, don't look." He ran straight up at me. As I fainted in his arms, knocked out cold, I hear, "You son of a..." Just when I'm about to ask her out. Rush ran towards his suitcase and took out his AK-47 and his Eclipse sunglasses as they hung on the old tattered door. He opened the door and said, "Bitches, say hello to my little friend." He shot all 3 children straight in their eyes. As their eyes fell straight through their head, rolling down the old stairs, blood lingered down their faces as they fell in slow motion. Slid down the stairs with a they disappeared. A couple minutes later, Rush was just sitting over the corpse of Cook, hoping for her to wake up. As small tears glided down his face, he started to stagger, he could barely say. His tears turned into joy as he got down on his knees and eloped Cook with a tender hug, embracing with a tender kiss on the cheek, saying, "I miss you, girl." Now, ladies and gentlemen, the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's Oresco back again with another collection of horror stories. These are written by Tyler Murray, and it's called Before We Sleep. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them, like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1, The Bear Man. A father and daughter go on a hunting trip for the day when something unexpected occurs. "All right, honey, you ready to go?" A little girl, around 9 years of age, comes downstairs and she has hunting clothes on. "I'm ready, Dad. I'm so excited. I'm gonna kill my first bear." "That's the spirit, sweetie. You can let me shoot my own this time, Dad?" "Well, it depends on how big it is. Sometimes the bigger it is, the harder to kill." "Okay, Dad. Maybe someday I'll let you shoot on your own." They both then pack their stuff in the car and head out for the hunt.
While driving down the road, the father's daughter begins falling asleep.
Tired already? We haven't even begun hunting yet.
Look, stay awake and keep me company. I have a bit of driving ahead of us.
Okay, Dad.
As they were heading to their hunting spot, the father then sees a doctor just laying on the side of the road.
Oh my God.
The father then pulls on the side of the road.
Dad, what's wrong with him?
I don't know. I'm gonna see if he's okay. Stay here.
Be careful, Dad.
The father gets out to check on the doctor to see if he needed any help.
Hey. Are you okay?
The doctor opened his eyes.
Where am I?
Well, I found you laying on the side of the road.
I don't remember what happened to me. I was in my lab last night doing experiments, and all of a sudden everything went dark.
Look, let me call an ambulance for you.
No. Don't call an ambulance. I'm fine.
Are you sure? Because you don't look good.
No, I'm fine.
Do you want me to take you back to town?
No, I'm gonna just call a taxi.
Alright. Be safe, I guess.
You too.
The father gets back into his car and drives off.
Is he okay, Dad?
Yeah, he's fine.
Are you sure? He didn't look alright.
Well, he didn't tell me much, but I'm hoping he will be alright. After a while, the father pulls his vehicle into a dirt pathway. We are here.
It's getting late.
Well, thankfully I brought our tent so we can spend the night out here. Then, in the morning, we can hunt.
That'll be okay for me.
Great! The father and daughter gathered their things and began hiking to a good spot to set up their tent. After a while, they arrived at a huge field surrounded by woods.
You like this spot, sweetheart? This will be fine.
I'm glad you think so. Want to help me set up the tent?
Yes, Dad.
Great. They began to unpack their tent and began setting it up. They failed a couple times, but in the end, they finally got it up.
Whew, that was hard.
You thought that was hard. Imagine doing it yourself, then you'd really be saying that.
Alright, let's make a campfire. I'll gather the sticks. You stay here, and I'll be right back.
Alright, bud. Be careful. If something happens, just shout.
I'll be fine, Dad.
The daughter then walks off into the woods and begins gathering sticks, and she hears animals in all directions. Suddenly, everything got quiet. And suddenly, she could hear something loud running through the woods. She then began running back to camp with the sticks in her hand.
Dad.
The father was beside the tent and could see his daughter running to him like the flash. What's wrong?
Something was running towards me.
Did you see it?
No, I just heard it coming.
Must have been a deer. Come on, let's make a fire and settle in for tonight and hunt in the morning.
All right.
All of a sudden, they both hear a loud noise.
What was that, Dad?
Sound like a bear. Go inside the tent, honey. The daughter then gets inside the tent as her father grabbed his gun and had his finger on the trigger. He was ready for whatever was out there. Okay, whatever you are, show yourself right now. The creature then appears from out of the woods. While the father now realizing that it is a bear, but it's a bear he never saw before in his life. What in the world are you? The bear then charged at him. The father shoots at the bear, but it misses, and the bear is now up on top of him.
Oh God, I didn't want it to go like this.
The father is on the ground and looks at his daughter, seeing her about to pick up his gun and shoot the bear. He finally pulls the trigger a couple of times while her dad was now proud to see his daughter trying to kill her first bear all by herself. That's my girl. But out of nowhere, the bear starts to approach his daughter. As the bear is going towards his daughter, the father pulls out his knife. He then jumps on top of the bear and stabs it to death.
Dad, you killed it.
Yeah, I did, sweetie. I didn't want it to hurt you. The two then hugged each other as the daughter then noticed that there was something going on with the bear.
Dad, look.
The bear was transforming into a human, and that human turns out to be the doctor that the father was talking to earlier.
Dad, that was the man you were talking to earlier.
Yes it is. The father and his daughter are in shock as they both decide to pack up and go home, leaving the body of the deceased doctor who had the ability to turn into a bear in the woods. The end. Ladies and gentlemen, the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another horror story for you guys. This one is called The Cave, written by Old School Horror. Remember to use the links in the description to show love to the author, check out their stories, like, comment, and subscribe. Chapter 1. Daddy, we found a cave up in the hills. Come see, said 11-year-old Katie Hudson to her father Tom, who was working in the backyard. Their house was at the edge of town, named Redwater. Peaceful as it seemed to be, the town had its secrets. Deep in the darkness, they were waiting to be discovered. Tom Hudson looked up and squinted. The sun was shining straight into his eyes. It was already way past noon, but it still had the power to hurt the man's eyes. Katie and her brother Alex were running downhill to meet their father and bring him the exciting news. Wait, what cave? I've never heard of any cave being around here.
It is, said Alex, who was only 9 years old and much more excited than his older sister. It wasn't there yesterday, but it is now, I swear. Really? And where did you spot that cave? His hair was not getting gray yet, said Tom. His youthful looks and Viking-like cheeks made him an impressive presence. Up there, continued Alex, and pointed toward the wood hill behind them. Just beyond those rocks. All right, well, it must have been yesterday's earthquake which caused it to open up. It was not a big deal, but a small to medium intensity earthquake shook this part of California. On the news, they saw that in Nevada it was a little harsher. They were lucky, Tom thought, that even though their town is close to the neighboring state, here the damage was mild. He had to do some minor repairs on the house, and now Tom was working on the wooden fence which separated their yard from the forest hillside behind. An old tree fell on it and broke several of the boards. The tree was dead even when the Hudsons moved to Redwater 4 years ago, but Tom had been too lazy to deal with it. Now he had to work more, thus paying the price for his laziness. Wait, the earthquake had opened it up? That means that nobody had been inside before. Yeah, I guess that's right, Katie. Are we going to explore it? Said Alex, while jumping up and down with his enthusiasm over the roof. What are you going to explore? Can I come too? These questions belong to Stevie Duncan, their neighbor's only child. No, Stevie, we will explore nothing. Might be dangerous. Oh, come on, Dad, please, said Katie. Please, Dad, we want to see. Come on, we want to see. Alex continued, with his eyes wide open. Tom knew that he had to do something. He admitted to himself that he was too curious about that cave. The only thing he wanted to avoid was putting his children in danger. But then he thought that if he doesn't take them there himself, they will go there on their own. Children are curious by nature, he thought while hammering a nail through 2 pieces of plank. They want to explore. The only obstacle in their way are the adults who force them to conform to all kinds of bullshit, social norms, and habits. What's all the fuss about? Asked Greg Duncan, Stevie's father. He was taking out the trash when he heard the pleading children. We will go on an adventure. Isn't that right, Dad? Said Katie. I don't know, Katie. Just let me finish this, and I'll think about it. Think about what? What are you all up to? Asked Greg. The kids said they've seen some cave, which wasn't there yesterday. Yeah, we found it. It was the earthquake, Alex cut in. Yesterday's earthquake might have shifted some rocks around. Probably just a hole in the rock, nothing more. It's a cave, Dad. We've seen it. All right. It's a cave then. Then, why don't you go and see it? Asked Greg. I would go, but I have to go to my in-laws to give them a hand. An earthquake knocked over a few shingles down at their house, so I just go give them a quick hand. After hearing how casually is Greg talking about the trip, Tom decided that they should go. Shouldn't take them more than an hour. Dad, can I go with them? Stevie asked his father. Yes, of course you can. Have some fun. I'll be back before nightfall. You'll be hungry after all that adventure. Alright, Dad. I'll be back before dinner. Greg left Tom with the three hyperactive and overly curious children. He decided to pause his work and get going. The more he hesitates, the more restless the kids will be, and they'll step on his nerves. Tom went back inside the house to tell Laura, his wife, that he's taking the kids on a hike, but they'll be back soon. She agreed and kissed him goodbye. The children waved to her from the backyard, waved back through the kitchen window. In Tom's garage, there were some flashlights. They were waterproof. Tom liked to buy quality products. He didn't want them to give up on him on a rainy night. He grabbed two and checked his phone. They still had enough time to come back before sunset. A strong feeling took over him. Couldn't wrap his head around it. What the hell, he thought. It was like a void in his guts, a weird, empty feeling. Tom shook his head and headed toward the back where the children were waiting for him. Maybe it's a sign, he thought. A midlife crisis had begun. Who knows? I have to buy a Harley, then be on my way. Reaching the kids, he spotted something on Alex's forearm. It was a red spot, a rash, or a bite maybe. Tom took the little boy's arm in his hands to inspect the wound. It looked like a mosquito or spider bite. Considering that the wooded area behind their house is home to all kinds of bugs, it was most likely one of the above. Nevertheless, they started uphill towards the tree line. And now, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of chapter 1. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again with another chapter from the story The Cave, written by Old School Horror. Remember to check out the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, subscribe. Chapter 2. The three children just couldn't hide their curiosity. They kept guessing what could be inside the cave. A troll, shouted Stevie. No, trolls aren't real, shouted Katie. How do you know that? Asked Stevie, who was visibly irritated because of the girls' lack of belief. I just know. Have you ever seen a troll? Maybe I did. You're a moron. Hey, watch your language, young lady. Then they entered the forested area and the cooling shades of the trees